It's time to wake up. Kincade and Salciunas is on the air. Broadcasting live on the Fanatic app and YouTube channel. Here are your hosts, John Kincade and Andrew Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Yes, we are here, and we start the month of April with you. Good morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, what's going on, man? Happy...
No fools today, right?
You know, I'm anti-April Fool's Day.
I'm anti-April Fool's, too, because I almost lost a job doing it.
Yeah, I remember you telling the story.
At ESPN, my first year hosting a national show.
Yeah, it was a pretty ballsy decision on your part.
I said that Alex Rodriguez got traded to the Yankees. And by the way, he ended up later going to the Yankees.
Yes, he did.
But ESPN affiliates then were running with it.
Yeah.
And thankfully, Pete Genesini and others like our own Scott Master and everything, they took it in the spirit that it was offered, and I was just told, don't you ever effing do that again.
Yeah.
They didn't actually use the effing part.
They probably said it in meetings behind closed doors.
But it was
that
like,
you
don't ever let that happen again.
Yeah. So everything that we talk today will be real.
Yes.
We promise.
Yes.
And you know what was real last night? Andrew Painter was real last night, Johnny.
That was real.
Yesterday was debut day. Both Andrew Painter and Porter Martone. Different results. Phillies get the win. Flyers get the loss. But we'll break down the day that was for the Flyers because they got a lot of help yesterday despite their loss to the Caps. So we will talk about that later on in this segment. But let's start with the Phillies. Sellout crowd yesterday, which was really cool. Connor, you were at the building yesterday, so interested to get your takeaway coming up in a little bit. But Phillies win 3-2, and boy, did they need it. I was listening to Middays with Marks yesterday driving home, and you know, John was saying it tongue-in-cheek that it was the most important fifth game of the regular season ever in Phillies franchise history. But they needed that win, and there's a lot of tightness with that group, and it still wasn't perfect. There are things to talk about, both Bryce Harper and Alec Boehm, guys that are supposed to be the middle of your order that aren't providing pop. But that's not where we're going to lead. We got to react to what Andrew Painter did yesterday in his major league debut. 5 1/3 innings, just 4 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts. I don't care that it was the Nationals. The Nationals scored 13 runs against you, against a guy that's been in the major leagues for a long time in Taijuan Walker. Good for Andrew Painter, man. That's a great start. And before the show, you were talking about it. His family looks awesome, man.
I loved seeing Andrew Painter, but also, too, I really enjoyed watching Andrew Painter. To me, first of all, the 84 pitches was great because I thought it was still pretty efficient.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, to go out there and get 16 outs, go get that. And with the strikeouts, that to me is impressive. He was making a lot of people miss bats, and he appears very calm. He doesn't appear to be in any way intimidated by the moment, even with base runners on.
John, that guy has stones. All right?
He does.
He does. First off, that was a big spot because we all know what we'd be saying today if A, he pitched poorly, or B, they just lost. It would be, oh, my God, this team can't hit.
Right.
Painter's a guy that we're relying on, and what's if he's not that good, oh, my God, I can't believe you let Ranger Suarez walk. Like, think of the things we'd be saying this morning if he got tattooed or if, once again, just the Phillies lost. Like, we'd be saying a lot of negative things about this baseball team, and he pitches well. They get the win yesterday, and the stuff looked good. Now, look, we'll see starts 3, 4, 5 because eventually books get out on you, and it's pretty quick for pitchers. So we'll see. But he was able to get that curveball in the dirt for strikeouts. He had a big strikeout at one point with a runner on second base, I think in the 4th inning. Fastball up in the zone that the batter chased. Late life, Johnny. Late run to the fastball. The stuff that people talked about for years when he was just a guy in the minor leagues, you really saw it get unleashed yesterday. And his biggest downfall last year was command. And I did not see that being a problem yesterday.
It's one of the things where we talked about it last year, and O'Connor talked about it on the Locked On Phillies podcast last year, because I'm a subscriber, and I check in on it often. Is, Connor, the idea of coming off the Tommy John, and you referred to that often. He appears to be a completely different guy with his command. And that's a great point you made, Andrew. It's a completely different command that he's got.
Yeah.
And he knows where the ball's going. And he doesn't look like he is a thrower. He looks like he's a pitcher.
Yeah, he's a pitcher, man.
He is a pitcher. And that's what I always look at with a young guy, too. Is he throwing or is he pitching? And I've heard Ricky talk about it before. He's a thrower, he's a pitcher.
Right.
That young man looks like a pitcher.
Yeah.
And that makes me very excited, too. I'm very excited by that. It's great. And the offense still stinks. And it stinks.
It does, but
It stinks.
As Connor, I think, pointed out on social
It's
media
just early.
yesterday, they're 2-0 with 70-degree weather or more.
Correct.
Hitting season only exists in Philadelphia. No other town.
No other town has to worry about the hitting season.
But hitting season did happen yesterday. Kyle Schwarber hits his second home run of the year. You know what, John? Instead of us going through the box score,
Yes.
I was thinking of something this morning.
What's that?
This whole Harry Callis stuff that is like definitely kind of a stain on the Phillies organization right now. It's the wine stain.
Oh, it's
from,
a stain.
From John Middleton.
Well, that's what John Middleton's spilling the wine.
The red wine created a big stain on the $1,000 shirt and jacket
We
that
got
he
stuff
was
that would
wearing.
take that out, by the way.
Yeah, we do. He just buys another one. I figured, you know what? Why not be the official High Hopes show
Okay.
of Philadelphia? So,
Okay, this is a great idea.
you know what they do at Citizens Bank Park after every win?
Right?
But as of right now, it'll end after this year. We know that Harry the K sings High Hopes.
Yes.
So why not every morning after a dub, you hear this?
When you are down, lift your head off the ground. There's a lot to be learned, so look around.
Andrew Painter, the first one out of the dugout, set to make his major league debut, as anticipated a major league debut as the Phillies have had on the mounds in a long time. And the 1-2 again. Swing and a miss. He got him. His first major league strikeout. It comes on a curveball, and there's one away here in the first inning. Fly ball, right field. Hit well. Wood going back. It is gone off the Toyota side. Kyle Schwarber has given the Phils a lead. It's 1-0 here in the third. Fly ball right field. Wood going back toward the track. It is gone. Slipped right over the IBX side. Second solo home run of the night for the Phils. It's the first home run in a Phillies uniform for Garcia. And it's 2-0 Philadelphia. Line drive out toward left field. Marsh going back. He is able to run it down. And the ball game is over. Duran with the save. Andrew Painter with a victory in his major league debut.
Up there goes another Robert Creek. Up there goes another Robert Creek.
Harry would have. I mean, now I hope we don't get a cease and desist from Mrs. Callis.
Yeah, no, I think she's going to be happy that we're, honoring Harry the K, because some other people in town don't want to do that.
Yeah, other people are like putting his name, just paste him right over his name.
Calling him that guy. So that audio, of course,
That guy there is Harry Callis, the legend.
That's Harry's voice. The highlights, courtesy of NBC Sports Philadelphia. We're expecting to do that 90 times this year, or at least 88 more times.
Well, some weekend games we won't be able to get to.
We're going to do that. We're going to come in. If they win on a Friday or a Saturday.
Okay, you're going to do that for me, but you tell me how it goes.
Yes, sounds good. So there he is. There's some of the highlights.
That's
Adolis
great.
Garcia hits
That's
his
great.
first home run.
I love that. By the way, we seeing something out of Garcia that's at least feeling
It's
positive
feeling.
vibes there.
Yeah, the two hits against the Nationals 2 days ago was a good sight to see. The two hits yesterday, including the home run, because before that his at bats were pretty ugly. They
were
the
ugly.
double that he hit against the Rangers in the big spot, he swung out of his shoes and blooped it.
I'm going to look at him more as to me, I'm going to judge him on production.
Yeah, but
I'm
is he going to hit the ball?
I'm going to judge it on how many runs does he produce in this lineup? How does that work? And to me, though, he's getting on base. He's making contact. So I'll take it.
Yeah, and here's the deal. All right, because yesterday you had another big spot with your cleanup hitter with the bases loaded, and as Alec Boehm does, he rolls over one to third base, and it's 5-4-3. Now look, when Alec Boehm is hot, he's driving that ball into the gap, and you're scoring 2, maybe 3 runs.
When he's on a hot streak.
Yeah,
we don't see a lot of those.
You do at times.
Don't see a lot of them.
And then you see him crater. And this is why, since, I don't know, February, I've been saying that Adolis Garcia is one of the most important players of this Phillies team. And that's a lot of pressure on a guy. But if he can become the cleanup hitter and strike fear, that's the thing that I've been saying for 2 years. I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record, but I need to keep on saying it because people sometimes don't understand what I'm trying to get at. They just think I hate Alec Bohm. Alec Bohm does not create fear of a pitcher.
No.
All right? If
not,
you make
not in the least.
you make a mistake, he drives one into the gap. Still good, still productive.
Absolutely. Yeah.
If you don't make a mistake, he rolls over on one. And it's a 5-4-3 double play with the bases loaded that ends the inning. And your cleanup hitter, which is supposed to be your big bat in the lineup, hits singles.
And Alec Bohm tends to also hit the pitch that the pitcher wants you to hit.
Yeah, he's an aggressive swing.
He tends to go after pitches that the pitcher wants you chasing, which helps the pitcher out of many situations.
Yeah.
Look, he's not meant to be a cleanup hitter.
No, and that's not his fault.
But the one thing that bothers me a little bit is I'm not worried at all about Adolis Garcia and pressure. He better not be either. There shouldn't be any pressure on Adolis Garcia. He's a veteran of how many years?
No, but I was never going to say that about Max Kepler. I was never going to say that, Kepler's the future cleanup hitter of this baseball.
No.
I'm sitting here saying I need Adolis Garcia to become the cleanup hitter.
And he should be.
Or we're having conversations in 2 months about what's the bat on the market? Who can you trade for?
My goal is, and I think it would be the best thing in the world, is if you weren't obsessing on the trade deadline. I think that would be the best thing in the world, because to me, that would mean we're having a great season.
Yeah.
If you weren't worried about July 31st or whatever it is, that would tell me we're feeling good about it's just tinkering at that point.
Yeah, Garcia and Bohm flip in the order.
Right, and things start to work out and everything. Because I do believe Alec Bohm down in the lineup would be more comfortable and would feel less pressure and would do better.
Yeah.
Because I think he does feel the pressure.
Now, here's the other thing about the lineup, though. Because I want to celebrate that they won and Andrew Painter had his great debut. Bryce Harper looks absolutely lost at the plate.
Yeah, he looks
I know
atrocious.
he finally got a hit yesterday. But
that was a...
Yeah, but also the ground ball, bases loaded, where he got the RBI, but it was an error.
Come on.
That was a swing. If you've ever played baseball. All right, remember the other day on Saturday, Bryce Harper struck out with the bases loaded to get I think it was the first or second out of the inning. He struck out with the bases loaded. That was a bases are loaded. I have to do whatever I can to not strike out.
Yes.
And he threw his hands at a ball. He just threw his hands. It was horrific. And luckily the first baseman makes an error, so everybody's safe and they score a run. But that wasn't even one of those swings where you go, all right, maybe this is a good sign of things to come. I'd rather him hit a screaming liner and it's a double play.
He hits it on, absolutely just nails it.
Yeah, but it's an unfortunate double play.
And
I'd rather that.
Yeah, he looks.
That run was the difference in winning or losing the game.
I know, it ended up being the game-winning run.
It was look, I guarantee you saw better hit balls at T-ball practice yesterday.
I did, actually. This kid Logan. Really
come on. It's
future Major League Baseball.
There's a Bryce Harper looks lost.
He looks lost. And
but now
he's got to turn around. Bohm's got to start hitting the ball. And here's the other problem with this platoon. Both Bryson Stott and Edmundo Sosa can't bat fifth in this line.
No,
I like Bryson Stott. All right, and I'm still going to.
Wait a minute. When you say you like him,
what are you talking? His defense is so good,
is spectacular,
that I want him in the lineup every day. It's just he literally can't hit lefties.
When you have talked about it, if you've talked in baseball history about a guy that you just said that about, his defense is just so damn good. You've talked about him batting at the bottom of the lineup.
You're not
every time.
Fifth.
He's not.
Fifth.
He is a liability.
And this is why, when people were upset with some of the talk before the season started, worries about the lineup, are you really that surprised that the bats haven't been great to start the year?
No.
Last year in the playoffs, after Bader's injury, your 4-hole hitter was Alec Bohm. Your 5-hole hitter was Brandon Marsh. All right? And people were surprised that the bats went cold.
He's a liability.
Bryson Stott batting fifth. You have your 4-hole hitter and your 5-hole hitter have no pop. None.
None at all.
Yeah, sure. They can tattoo. Like they hit home runs, right? Bryson Stott will probably finish with 12 home runs this year. Alec Bohm will finish with 15. That means your 4 5-hole hitters combined for 27 home runs. That's not good.
No, it's not.
Like, that's got to change. That's why Garcia needs to come through.
But the thing is that Garcia's got to be there.
Yeah.
He has to. And look, he's a veteran player. He's got to step up because it's bad. But Bryce Harper looks lost.
Yeah, he looks lost.
And now, though, one more in-season hit than TikTok videos.
That's good.
So he's ahead of his TikTok videos. Little. Now he's ahead of the TikTok videos. Hopefully, he can stay ahead of his in-season TikToks.
We're heading in the right direction, Johnny. So that was one debut day. Andrew Painter. Debut day, Andrew Painter. Phillies get the win yesterday, 3-2. You heard Duran get his second save in the season in the High Hopes montage there. But we also had a Flyers debut. Unfortunately, Flyers lose yesterday. But, Johnny, we got to watch the debut of one Porter Martone. Johnny Hockey, your takeaways.
I liked it. Look, he has. I can tell you this: is there's going to be opportunities for him as the talent on the offensive front of the Flyers develops. He's going to have opportunities because the kid's got a great shot. He's got a great shot. He got a couple off last night that looked like good opportunities. One right down the slot that I thought was going to have an opportunity to be his first goal in the NHL, which is great. And they did put him with Travis Konechny, which I thought was a good thing because they had some familiarity with each other, which was good. He fit right in. And he was throwing his body around, which is good. But the Flyers played a horrendous game last night. That was the disappointing part. In his debut, the team played a bad game. And Dan Vladar played a bad game. The whole team just really sagged. Cam York had a terrible game and was responsible for 2 of the goals that were given up last night and just losing his defensive responsibility. But everything broke the Flyers' way. Every single thing the Flyers needed to happen last night happened their way. They didn't take advantage of it. We would have been dancing this morning if the Flyers had found a way to win that game because every single thing they needed to happen of the 4 other games went their way.
Break it down for the people because we're scoreboard watching now. Like, we're at that point. Flyers 2 points out of a playoff spot going into yesterday. They unfortunately lose.
Yeah, Penguins beat Detroit. So that was exactly what you wanted to happen. Because you're worried about third in your division or the top wild card. The Penguins are going to go to the playoffs now. But now you are 3 points behind the Islanders with 2 games in hand. You're going to play one of those games in hand tomorrow night before you play the Islanders Friday night. The Flyers know right now, go beat Detroit tomorrow night at home. If you beat Detroit tomorrow at home, Friday night, beat the Islanders, you're in the 3rd spot in your division, which is an automatic playoff berth. They're right there. But the Islanders got beaten in Buffalo, which we expected. The Jackets lost at home in the first game of a home-and-home to Carolina.
If the Flyers won last night, they're tied with Columbus point-wise. And we're, like you say, we're dancing the streets. Yes, we're going nuts this morning.
I mean, everything went their way last night. The Senators lost to the Florida Panthers. I said to you yesterday, I don't see that happening. I looked at my phone. It was 5-0 Florida. I had to look at it again going,
that can't be right.
That can't be right because Florida has stunk. And it was 5-0 in the first period. So everything went their way, and the Red Wings losing, there were a lot of people going, why would you want the Red Wings to lose? The Flyers are tied. Yes, you wanted the Red Wings to lose last night. So you worry about your division first, then you'll worry about that. So the Islanders is the target. Tomorrow night is so big.
Yeah.
Tomorrow night might as well be a playoff game. With Detroit at home.
As we said, every game moving forward at this point is a playoff game.
But it's so big.
Same with the Sixers. Sixers back in action tonight. They're playing the Wizards. They should win this basketball game. They need to win this basketball game. You were doing some of the math at the beginning before the show started about what we need to happen with the Raptors and Hawks. It's a stretch for them to get it out of the play-in seed. But look, anything's possible. Maybe the Raptors drop a game that they're not supposed to lose. Maybe the Hawks drop a game that they're not supposed to lose. We need some things to go the way of the Sixers like the Flyers did last night. Sixers back in action tonight. So every day this week is basically playoffs, man, for both the Sixers and Flyers. It's an awesome time in Philadelphia sports, and it was nice to see the Phillies get a win. Yes.
Sounds good. We're looking forward to a big week.
Yes, we are. All right, so the number you can climb in 610-632-0975. Reaction to Andrew Painter's debut or Porter Martone's debut, depending on which one you were more locked into. once Painter was dealing, I started my eyes on the Phillies screen a little bit more, even though the Flyers game was bigger. But I was watching this kid like, oh my God, we may have something here. I don't want to overreact just yet. All right, I don't want to go too nuts because it was the Nationals and it was his first start. But look, you see the stuff, and that's everything that every baseball person would tell you is if you see the stuff, you know that there's something there. You mentioned the pitcher, not a thrower, right? Vince Velasquez had a 98-mile-an-hour fastball, wicked slider, wicked curveball, but he couldn't pitch. He just threw it over the middle of the plate, and teams tattooed off him, except for that one outing against the Padres where he struck out 18 guys, and we thought that we had somebody.
Sure.
Andrew Painter showed that he could pitch yesterday. And that's a big sign for this baseball team. This team that is going to rely on its starting pitching all season long, which is why we said they win the division because of the arms. The bats is a whole different question. Are you worried about Bryce Harper? Looks lost out there, man.
He looks lost. And more importantly, the body language sucks again. The facial expressions suck. Well, he looks lost.
When he got on first base by the error, it wasn't like, whew, I did it. It was just like, yep, there's another.
Nah, he looks
another bad
lost.
swing.
Not good.
All right. You can text in 610-632-0975. All right, coming up next, looks like we may have something on Jalen Hurts.
This is interesting.
Remember earlier this week, Derek Gunn talked about the no contract extension and shot it down immediately. It looks like we have some more that just dropped. We'll get to it next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Painter dominates in his debut. I'm Connor Thomas, and Andrew Painter dazzled in his Major League debut last night as the Phillies took down the Nationals 3-2. Painter went 5 1/3 innings scoreless. He did have an earned run from a runner left on base when he was lifted from the game. 8 strikeouts as well. Here's what the first one sounded like, courtesy of NBC Sports Philadelphia.
And the 1-2 again. Swing and a miss. He got him. His first Major League strikeout. It comes on a curveball, and there's one away here in the first inning.
Kyle Schwarber and Adolis Garcia both went yard in the win. It's Schwarber's second of the year, Garcia's first as a Philly. The Phils will now go for the series win against the Nationals today at 1:05. Christopher Sanchez takes the mound against Cade Cavalli. The Flyers fell to the Capitals 6-4 last night in Porter Martone's debut. They tried to mount a comeback after going down early, but to no avail. They'll play the Red Wings tomorrow. The Sixers are in Washington facing the Wizards tonight at 7 p.m., trying to push out of the play-in tournament. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And we'll keep an eye on this video that just dropped from Tim McManus on Jalen Hurts. Some Eagles news coming your way, it seems like, today. Adam Schefter joins us at 8:05. This update is brought to you by Mothers Against Drunk Driving for victims of drunk and drug driving. Your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MADD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MADD-HELP or visit MADD.org. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app. All right, the sports talk doesn't stop with these guys. Make sure you tune in Middays with Marks. You guessed it, with me, John Marks. That's coming up at 10 o'clock. Let's get back to more of Kincade Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
This hour of Kincade Salciunas is presented by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the pro.
Well, Johnny, the Eagles just did what they do best.
Can we take the show sheet and sort of just put it aside?
Yeah.
Like we always have a plan.
Yeah.
The plan sort of gets put aside.
Sometimes you got to call an audible, whether you like it or not. And
we're going to be coachable.
And maybe the quarterback doesn't like doing some of those things.
And maybe the audible's not even installed yet.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the crazy part, Connor. You're like, Andrew's just going to call a play here that none of us know.
Well, I've done that at times with some of the trivia games that you guys.
Yeah,
don't even
you've
know
done
is coming
that.
your
You
way.
have done that stupidity.
So we went to break, and I see an article. Well, not an article. I see a video on ESPN.com. Like, we do our research before every single show. We look at some of what's being written about the teams, both the Eagles, Phillies, Flyers, Sixers. And on the Eagles ESPN page, there was nothing this morning, which I found pretty interesting. And
pretty quiet.
During the segment, I just refreshed, and all of a sudden there's a video.
So there's video, and you're wondering what's the video.
And the title of the video is Jalen Hurts and the Eagles at a crossroads. So just 2 days ago, Johnny, we had Derek Gunn on. And we talked about the latest with A.J. Brown. He doesn't believe he's going to be traded, right? Talked a little bit about the draft, all that kind of stuff. And then at the end, she's like, yo, by the way, what's the latest on Jalen's contract?
Fill us in.
Because next year, the guaranteed money dips drastically. And every player wants their guaranteed money, especially a franchise quarterback.
No question. And I think he deserves it, but that's me. But maybe not as much after hearing this.
When I asked D. Gunn, are they working towards that? He immediately said no, like without hesitation. It wasn't like let me think here.
And we looked at each other. You can watch the video. We both looked at each other and we're like, well, he didn't even breathe.
No.
He spit that out immediately.
We have a hot off the presses article thanks to Sean Rodman. Oh my
Sean
God,
Rodman.
Dude. This is a book. All right. We'll read this coming up during commercial breaks, but we're going to play this for you. And yes, the show sheet goes out the window because it was a pretty damning video on Jalen Hurts. This is Tim McManus, who always does a great job. All right. Always does a great job with these thick articles that we'll read at some point during the breaks.
Long form Tim McManus is the best form of Tim McManus.
Yeah, you know why? Because he also gets a lot of information on these long form pieces. This was Tim McManus voicing this video on ESPN.com.
Jalen Hurts is a Super Bowl MVP, a 3-time Pro Bowler, and one of the winningest quarterbacks of his era. But heading into the 2026 season, Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles are at a crossroads. The passing game has been subpar for more than 2 years, despite having the most expensive offensive roster in football, with a cash value of over $195 million, featuring star receivers A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Brown's frustrations have been well documented and could lead to him being traded this offseason. But he's not the only one who has felt boxed in. While there is plenty of blame to go around, sources say Hurts has pushed back on changes that would diversify the offense and goes off script from the game plan, at times switching 2 plays that haven't even been installed. One team source described Hurts as, quote, not always coachable, and the players notice. Hurts has been able to block out the distractions, a quality that comes in especially handy in a rabid sports town like Philly. But the hard shell can also make him difficult to communicate with. Teammates and staff members have urged him to do a better job at connecting with players and coaches, an area Hurts has shown progress in despite his introverted nature. On the flip side, Hurts' steady, if rigid, vision has been a stabilizing force through constant turnover at offensive coordinator. Sean Mannion will be his 6th play caller since entering the league in 2020. The Eagles expect to reshape the offense yet again next season, this time with a Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay style system, the most dramatic overhaul yet under coach Nick Sirianni. It will lean heavily into under center play action and motion, two areas the Eagles haven't majored in, due in part, sources said, to Hurts's reluctance. But one team source says that Hurts is, quote, as open as he's ever been to changes. The offense has relied heavily on Saquon Barkley and the ground game, and the organization believes it has to evolve. The direction is set. Now it's up to Hurts to lead the way.
Wow. All right. So that's really interesting considering what D. Gunn said to us just 2 days ago.
About the contract extension, to make that clear, that he was clear that he did not think a contract extension was coming.
And he did not want to use the words prove it year because he believes that Jalen Hurts has proved it. We've all seen it. I mean, the guy played
his three biggest games in the three biggest games he's ever played.
Title games and Super Bowls. Like it's unbelievable.
But
there's a lot to unpack there.
What grabbed you of all the things you heard? What grabbed you the most? Because something grabbed me the most, and I want to hear what grabbed you the most.
So the reluctance to try new things and install calling plays that have not been installed. Let me say this. You and I celebrated that last year because we thought Petula was so bad. And I think about our friends on Unfiltered who would say, come on, no, they weren't running rogue. They weren't running plays on their own. There was literally a video after a touchdown pass thrown to Saquon Barkley.
The Minnesota game where they were mic'd up and they told you
Saquon
that they
Barkley says on mic that play wasn't even in the playbook. Now they're doing it in a celebratory way because it worked.
But
sometimes it doesn't.
They were telling you it wasn't even in the playbook because the playbook last year was freaking deficient.
Yeah.
Because of the buffoon that they gave the job to.
But they also say they were going to try to diversify the offense, and he was reluctant to. Now, that's a Jalen Hurts problem. What did you get from it?
Okay, what I got was, that I took away from it was, what do we always hear about Jalen Hurts? Coach's son, coach's son.
Yes.
Not always coachable. This is not the first time that we've heard Jalen Hurts not always coachable. This is not the first time in a report or a story that we've heard that he's not always coachable. To me, that's a problem. I don't want to hear that you're a coach's son, that you're uncoachable. Like, you're reluctant to coaching. The one thing you've got to be, I'm an old dog in this business. And I am a huge advocate for you have to be open to trying things.
Right.
And to be able to be coached. The minute you say, I've got it all figured out, I've done this a million times. I've been doing this a long time. I know exactly how it's supposed to be done, is the minute that you stop learning. And the minute you stop learning is the minute you're done.
Right.
So to me, I think that's crazy. Jalen Hurts is too young to think he's got it all figured out.
Now, I know the biggest Jalen Hurts defender that will be out there will say, well, why would you listen to this coaching staff, right? Like Nick Sirianni clearly doesn't know much about offense. Kevin Petula was horrible. But what's really interesting when they talk about they're going to be doing things under center, and pre-snap motion has been a huge talking point in this city for 3 years. Nick Sirianni would say it in an arrogant way. We don't motion just to motion. But according to sources, it's Jalen Hurts who's not fond of pre-snap motion.
Is he now? Do you now hear that and believe that Nick Sirianni, who always has been a player's coach, has been covering for, by saying that, when you go back to that quote, has been covering for Jalen Hurts' reluctance to do it?
Maybe.
I lean towards Nick is such a bro coach. He's a Dan Quinn type coach, wanting to be one of the boys, wants to be one of the guys. I absolutely hear that and go, you know what? That might have been Nick Sirianni all along, just taking the bullet for Jalen Hurts.
So think about this for a second. You bring in Sean Mannion, who's supposed to be the next big coach one day down the road.
Yeah.
He's got the ideas of McVay and Shanahan, which is where the league is going, right? Like that, even though the Eagles won a Super Bowl by not doing that, the league is heading in a direction where that's the, remember the old West Coast offensive days, right? Like we are now heading toward every team wants that. Every team wants to replicate what Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan is doing. And part of replicating it is by doing the things that they do, which is pre-snap motion and under center, which Jalen doesn't like. So when Derek Gunn tells us 2 days ago, immediately, no, they have not talked about a contract extension. Are we about to enter a season where it is a prove-it year for Jalen Hurts? Because I don't know what this organization wants more. Do they want the steady Philadelphia guy, which Jalen Hurts is? You can't take that away from him.
No, you can't.
Him being able to handle the media, him being able to handle this fan base, that alone is an attribute that gets missed sometimes when we talk about Josh Allen's arm strength and Lamar Jackson's speed. Dealing with Philadelphia is an attribute that needs to be thought of.
Or is it something where you say, I'm in the prove-it year now, leaning towards that
They're doing that.
That's what they're doing.
All right, is this not to you? Because I know a lot of you love Jalen Hurts, and I know a lot of you also don't like Jalen Hurts.
Look, I'm in the Jalen Hurts camp, but some of this stuff is damning, and this is not good.
Are the Eagles quietly, not so quiet anymore,
no,
setting up a prove-it year for Jalen Hurts in 2026 with the new way to run an offense? That's our question today. Good job, Andrew Painter. Porter Martone, congratulations.
Yeah, we love you guys.
You guys got overshadowed immediately. Your thoughts, 610-632-0975. We have the article hot off the presses. Johnny and I will go through it during the break. If there's
Connor,
more,
we'll help you with all the big words, by the way.
If there's more, we'll tell you what next, and we want your reaction next, right away, here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Unfiltered High.
The Fanatic.
All right, there's a lot to unpack in this. We played you the 2.5-minute clip from Tim McManus, but sometimes 2.5-minute clips don't even tell the entire story. There's a lot in this article. We advise you to check it out, ESPN.com. The title, Inside Eagles 2025 Friction as Jalen Hurts stands at a crossroads. So before we go through it, I do want to play the Derek Gunn clip because I do believe this is an important note to this conversation. And when we read the story, we go, man, there really was something to what D. Gunn said to us. This was him on on Monday, when I just straight up asked him at the end of the interview, like, hey, by the way, any update on Jalen Hurts and his contract extension?
No, I don't think he'll get this contract extension in 2026. I think the Eagles are going to look closely at how he adapts to this new offense, and I think then they're going to make a determination in terms of what they want to do with Jalen beyond the season. But I don't think an extension is in the works this offseason heading into the 2026 season. And I don't blame them. When you're talking about the money that quarterbacks make nowadays and how it eats up such a significant part of the cap, you have to be very strategic in terms of what you're going to do, who you're going to do it with. Let's face it, Jalen didn't have the best of years in 2025. I don't like to use the word a prove-it year because he's proven he can play at a high level in 2 Super Bowls and being a Super Bowl MVP. But I think in terms of consistency, the Eagles have some concerns about his consistency when you base it on what we saw of him in 2025. So, no, I don't think he's getting that extension anytime soon.
Anytime soon. Do you believe the Eagles are quietly setting up a prove-it year for Jalen Hurts, 610-632-0977?
Certainly sounds like it. What I'm very intrigued by is 2 things out of the story. Jalen Hurts suggested the 4 verticals on the last play of the 49er game.
Dude, that's because, we ripped Patullo for weeks because of it.
And somebody who now, Nick Sirianni and Patullo signed off on it.
Yes.
But somebody who was obviously in the huddle tells Tim McManus, I can't believe we're running that play. They were there going, I can't believe that's the play call. What the
Yeah,
F?
the quote was, I was like, oh my God, this is not happening. We can't run 4 verts.
But how about the Sirianni decision at the end of the Green Bay game? In the Green Bay game, when they were winning at Green Bay, and they went for it on 4th and 6 from the Green Bay
field,
and that was again AJ and Jalen going rogue.
That was when Sirianni gets caught on the camera
saying
screaming,
why? Hurts and AJ went rogue. So for another game. And I'll never forget the day after that game. I'm like, what the blank were they doing?
Yeah, what was that?
That was stupid. Stupid. We now know again, A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts went rogue, just like they did in Seattle 2 years previous, where they just decided, there's a play call. We don't like it. And we're going with a low percentage play.
In fairness, that year that you mentioned, Brian Johnson was the offensive coordinator.
I got you.
This year that we mentioned, Kevin Patullo was.
Yeah, but you can't go with a low percentage play.
No, I got you. I'm not saying they're in their right, but it was every Eagles fan that's listening to this conversation will probably say, well, of course they went rogue. Yeah, because those guys were idiots.
Yeah, but then you have to watch the play call that they went with. Yeah. In both of those situations, AJ and Jalen went with a stupid play call. Yeah. And they went rogue, and Nick Sirianni covered for them.
Now, look, part of this feels dirty. Tim McManus is doing his job, so it's not like he's doing the dirty work. It's the sources inside the building because, once again, the body language comes up again. Well, when they lose, the body language is a problem. When they win, there's no talk about body language. Force fields are good for keeping unnecessary distractions out, but bad for connectivity. And poor body language, not always bought in and not the most coachable. And the players noticed, the team source said, you heard that in the clip that we played. If he's tuning people out, you can't have that.
And again, what do you always hear about Jalen Hurts? Oh, coach's son. If you're not coachable, I don't want to hear that you're a coach's son. I don't care that you're a coach's son. The coach's son should be the most coachable guy. Should be the guy that you don't have to worry about showing up early, staying late, not going rogue. This going rogue stuff is terrible, especially when you decide to go rogue. The play calls are atrocious. Seattle 2 years ago, the Green Bay game, atrocious play calls. Yeah. You don't have the common sense to call something that's good. This is a damning piece.
Now,
and by the way, people that are in the piece, if you're questioning the Green Bay story, Tim McManus goes back to after the game, that game, when it was asked, well, what happened there? And the quote exactly from Devontae Smith was 1-11. So now we know it was those two going rogue. And Devontae Smith, when he said 1-11, they disregarded the other 9 guys on offense and said, we're doing our own thing. We're doing our own thing.
So why is it potentially a prove-it year? Here's why. I'm going to go forward in the story and then back. Hurts's rigid preferences became an issue again this past season, multiple sources said, citing Patullo's desire to get Hurts under center more often for rushing efficiency and play-action purposes. Playing from under center is something Hurts continually fights inside the building, one source said. Hurts doesn't like to turn his back on the defense and prefers to process coverages with everything in front of him, the source said. Now I'm going to go back earlier in the story, something that you and I both caught. Hurts has been around a lot of yes men. Kellen Moore.
And he prefers it.
Kellen Moore, not a yes man. At one point, multiple team sources described the relationship between Moore and Hurts in 2024 as tense. What happened in 2024? They won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they did, and it was tense.
So, Sean Mannion, as you said the day they hired him, is known as a guy that will not just bow down and say yes.
I can tell you from a first-hand account that the story was Sean McVay said had him as one of the loudest quarterbacks he ever had in a quarterback room, and one of the guys who gets into debates with the coaching staff when he was a player about game plan, about questioning things and everything. And McVay loves that stuff. And McVay, and he comes very highly recommended. And then you heard at the coach's happy hour yesterday, he comes highly recommended from Green Bay too. That he's a tireless worker and that he is a guy that really, really has let's just say, a strong will.
Yeah.
It's a strong will.
So maybe it's tense. I still remember these are random names. Well, Carson Wentz is not a random name, but remember John DeFilippo?
Yep.
They apparently hated each other.
Yep.
But that was his best season when John DeFilippo was around. There are some guys that need, the kick in the ass. And maybe Jalen Hurts is a guy that needs a kick in the ass. And maybe that's why the Eagles are not giving him a contract extension just yet, where any other team in this situation would do it. And Derek Gunn being so stern earlier this week saying no, and saying I don't think it's happening anytime soon. Are the Eagles setting up a prove-it year for Jalen Hurts? Answer the question, 610-632-0975. Look, if you feel a certain type of way about the article and what's being said about Jalen Hurts, whether you agree or disagree, you can chime in on that as well.
Absolutely.
But do you believe this is going to be a prove-it year for Jalen Hurts? We are going to check your reaction. Davis Honda text line coming up next.
By the way, people in the huddle are talking.
Yeah, they sure are.
And people in the huddle are actually quoted.
And there's another paragraph here that I want to give to you coming up next that is so Philadelphia right now. It is Kincade Salciunas. Your reaction comes up next. You do the work. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A dream debut for Painter. I'm Connor Thomas, and Andrew Painter dazzled his Major League debut last night as the Phillies beat the Nationals 3-2. Painter went 5 1/3 innings, did not allow a run himself. He did have an earned run from a runner left on base after he was lifted from the game. He had 8 strikeouts in that debut as well, and man, did he get an ovation when he left the field.
Here comes Rob Thompson.
I'm going to stand up and cheer for this one.
Fans are already coming to their feet. 5 1/3 scoreless innings for Painter. 84 pitches. Wow, what a roar from the crowd.
Great call there on NBC Sports Philly by John Kruk and Tom McCarthy. The Phils go for the series win against the Nats today at 105. Christopher Sanchez faces Cade Cavalli in the pitching matchup. Flyers fell to the Capitals 6-4 last night in Porter Martone's debut. They tried to mount a comeback after going down early, but to no avail. They'll play the Red Wings tomorrow. Sixers are in Washington facing the Wizards tonight at 7 p.m., trying to push out of the play-in tournament. You can hear that game live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And we'll continue to react to Tim McManus' deep dive article on Jalen Hurts and his relationship inside the building with the Eagles. We'll talk to Adam Schefter about that coming up at 8:05. This update is brought to you by Papa John's, introducing new pan pizza from Papa John's. Order a medium one-topping pan pizza, just $11.99 when you download the Papa John's app or at papajohns.com. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Now back to Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, 7 a.m. on this Wednesday morning. How about it? An Adam Schefter Wednesday. That'll be nice to have Schefty coming on at 8:05 to be able to unpack his co-worker's article, Tim McManus, who wrote the big article on Jalen Hurts and what could be a prove-it year for Hurts. He did not say that. Just to be clear.
No.
It's just that's what we're sort of leaning toward. Like, all right, is this a prove-it year? Because the Eagles, this article, this is in case people don't know, because a lot of times people get angry, and I understand. I know you don't want to hear negative things said about your favorite players and your favorite teams. Sometimes these articles, it's strategic for teams to get some things out there.
Yes.
And
it is.
It could be strategic for individuals. Like Kevin Patullo could say, my name is being drugged through the mud all over the city of Philadelphia. Let me set the record straight. I didn't call that 4 verticals play. Let me text somebody.
And it is confirmed by someone who is in the huddle.
Right.
That it was not Kevin Patullo's call, that was Jalen Hurts' call.
Right, and in the article, McManus says an Eagle source, not a source. In some of these. Some of these are an Eagle source.
Saying, oh my gosh, that's the play call?
So
are you freaking kidding me?
There's so much to unpack. We want you to be a part of it. It's 610-632-0975. One nugget in this story that makes me laugh, because it's so true that we did this every single week, but for good reason. Multiple Eagles players, including Hurts, appeared frustrated that winning was not perceived as good enough in the public eye because of the magnified offensive struggles, according to a team source. Yeah, it sucked. And we knew that at some point it was going to bite them in the ass. And when did it happen? In a freaking playoff game.
Yes.
All right, so I'm sorry that you guys were upset. I love you, Philadelphia Eagles. I love you, all right? I'm sorry that you were upset that we were pointing out that the offense sucked for an entire year and that there could be a reason why you have a downfall and that you don't repeat as Super Bowl champions or NFC champions or don't even get back to an NFC title game is because the offense sucked. And we talked about it from week 1 until week 18. I'm sorry that hurt your feelings, but it was true and it played out.
There you go.
You lost to the 49ers because your offense sucked.
And you lost to the 49ers, too, because your quarterback decided to go rogue at times and do things his own way. And look, it was a mess. And I'm a Jalen Hurts guy. Like, I'm a Jalen Hurts defender. And stuff in here is a problem. Now we know what the 1-11 quote meant from Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
And Devontae Smith went no further after that Green Bay game when he said, look, ask 1-11. Because I didn't know ask 1-11 what that meant. I thought maybe, like, they would clarify to you what the play was.
Yeah.
I didn't realize those two went rogue.
Yeah, it's like, ask that guy.
Again, they went rogue. So the other 9 guys that are in on it, there's a play call. And they decide, no, we're doing what we want to do, and the play call be damned.
Now, sometimes if you're reading the defense, you want to give the quarterback the opportunity. But if it's bad calls, it's bad calls.
Terrible calls.
Right? Like I'm not saying Jalen Hurts should not have the right to make changes at the line of scrimmage.
No question.
He's a Super Bowl champion. All right, he has every right. But it can't be bad calls. And it can't be, as you read in this article, just the deep ball because that's what he feels most comfortable with. You know who else knows that? Every defense in the NFL knows that he's comfortable with the deep ball, and they also know where he's not comfortable going with the football. By the way, it's not all bad because as you heard in the video that we'll play again later on this hour, and I'll read the clip, the quote here. One team source says Hurts is, quote, as open as he's ever been to changes. So hopefully talk is not cheap, right? Hopefully he actually means it. And whatever meetings he's going through with Sean Mannion, we've heard him talk highly of Sean Mannion. Zach Berman just a couple weeks ago on our show. Right, this is a show of fairness. It's not just like, let's just beat you over the head with Jalen Hurts is a malcontent. He said, Zach Berman, when he had the chance to talk to him because he was reading the book to the kindergarten kids, that he was excited for Sean Mannion's offense. So let's not just act like we're about to implode here. Jalen Hurts is excited. He's apparently as open as ever. This is a prove it time. Like now you actually have to prove it that you are open.
How can you tell that Jalen Hurts is excited? Because again, body language being cited as a bit of an issue from people in the building. We talk about it with Bryce Harper. We talk about it with it. I do not dig bad body language people.
Embiid is the poster child of it.
Yeah, Mopey Embiid. Like I just don't understand it. Like I guess I don't get it. I don't like it. And so to me, when I read that, we got an epidemic of it in this town. I have no idea what it is.
Bad body language.
With star players with bad body language.
Yeah.
Mopey grumpy gusses. I don't get it. Like I don't understand the mentality.
Trevor Rice on our YouTube chat. Of course, this story would come out after Painter's fantastic debut and a Phillies win. Why not one day earlier after a 13-2 loss?
Hey, I love it. We said the same thing during the last break. What did you say about Porter Martone? Like, I mean, you said it.
Yeah, I apologize.
Hey,
I feel bad for both of them.
Sorry, Porter. Sorry, Andrew.
Their debuts are getting overshadowed, and sometimes it feels like that's what the Eagles want to do.
But you know what those two dudes have? Good body language.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's great.
For now.
Yeah, I mean,
no.
They're both one game in.
No. Don't give them that.
By the way, one cool story from Painter's debut when he walked off the field. Topper after the game said that he, pat him on the chest, said, "Hey, did you enjoy yourself?" And apparently Andrew Painter was like in such a trance that it took him a few seconds to say, "Oh yeah, that was fun." And Topper told him to tip the cap. We were on tip cap watch. It took until Painter was literally about to walk down the steps to tip the cap. I think he's one of these guys that's so locked in.
Did you see when the run was scored? When the run scored from the throw at third? Did you see his reaction? He was pissed about that.
Yeah, damn right, man.
He's not he is connected.
Damn right.
He is in. He's dialed in. He is a competitor. I think there's so much to like. There's so much to like about this show.
Yeah, there's so much to be excited about. And hopefully we are all excited about the Sean Mannion offense. Hopefully Jalen Hurts is excited about the Sean Mannion offense. What do we have on the Davis Honda text line? You can feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington. It's the first time we're checking the text line today because this article drops right at 6 o'clock. We're on the air right at 6 o'clock, so we're reading it during the breaks and listening to the audio during the breaks.
Connor's getting us up to speed on stuff as we're have little breaks to be able to get things together. Rodman's running around. This is awesome.
So let's get into it. Is this a prove-it year for Jalen Hurts? Are the Eagles setting that up? And as John said during the break, do you approve of it? I do. I said it yesterday. I do. I'm okay with them not giving them the extension yet. Because if they want to go in a certain direction and it doesn't work, then you don't want to pay the guy just to pay the guy.
Okay, it's going to cost you.
I know it will.
It's going to cost you a fortune if you don't.
And if he's not good in this style of offense, then you don't have that money tied up. What do we got on the text line?
Chris out of North Carolina checks in and says, if this is a prove-it year for Jalen Hurts, is it also one for everyone on the O-line and Nick Sirianni? All of them have had awful years. If not, it should not be one for only Jalen.
Yeah, Nick Sirianni, absolutely.
Chris in North Carolina, he's my favorite this morning because it better be for Nick Sirianni. It better be. How much does he have to be propped up?
He's watched 2 implosions.
And how much does he have to be propped up? The other great head coaches in the game, they do stuff. They do things where they are controlling their teams. He doesn't. How much does he have to be propped up? I think it should be a bigger prove-it year on Nick Sirianni than it should be on Jalen Hurts. That's just me. And I really believe that.
Or it's hand in hand. Could be.
Wow. I'll tell you this. I'd open the door at, what's it called? What do we call it now? It's not NovaCare. We call it the Jeff?
It's the Jefferson
The Jefferson. The Jeff. Yeah, I would open the door at the Jeff with a cardboard box for Nick Sirianni before I'd ever open it for Jalen Hurts. And that's just me.
Yeah.
But I don't know as much as a Tim McManus does, or a Jeff Lurie does, or a Howie Roseman does. But I know this. Jalen Hurts has done much more to bring us the success that we've had in this town than Nick Sirianni.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And that's why, I don't want to just tear the guy down. When talking about going rogue, we celebrate it sometimes. We celebrate when it works. We complain when it doesn't. And we hated Kevin Patullo last year. But then again, we read the article and we find out that some of these play calls weren't Patullo's. What else do we have on the Davis Honda text line? And then we got checked to Dr. Awadon at Pelpo. We're all a little late this morning because of this big story.
This is awesome.
It was like the foreplay. What do we got?
I don't know if I'd go awesome, but it's intriguing.
No, I think it's awesome.
I'd prefer if we didn't have this going on with our damn quarterback.
Hey, it makes the rest of my week easier. I'm on vacation next week, baby.
I'm selfish as hell.
I'm Eagles over us, and this is not great for the Eagles. But this texter checks in and says, I give the players a pass on anything going on with an incompetent coaching staff. It's time to move on. If it doesn't change this year, then heads will be at.
Yeah, I mean, look, the big thing in the clip from McManus, and it's in the article as well, the emphasis in the beginning of how much money is put into this offense. And we talked about this a lot last year. It's why I'm pretty honest with my opinion of Jalen Hurts, right? The guy wins. I like the guy a lot. I do believe there are deficiencies in his game, but are the deficiencies so much that you can't win? I don't think so. Clearly, they won a freaking Super Bowl. But who is Jalen Hurts if he doesn't have the collection of talent that he has? He's A.J. Brown. He's Devontae Smith, top-paid offensive line, tight end in Dallas Goedert, running back in Saquon Barkley. Anybody would kill to be in his position. Any quarterback in the NFL would love to be in his position. Joe Burrow 2 years ago said, why can't other teams, and he's probably talking about his team, do what the Eagles do with contracts, right? Like, he said that publicly.
And Joe Burrow's had a lot of talent put around him, too.
He absolutely has, except for an offensive line. But Jalen does benefit from having the talent around him. And when it's not what the Eagles necessarily may want, remember Jeffrey Lurie being upset with Doug Peterson winning a football game by running the football in Green Bay. If Jeffrey Lurie's looking around going, man, I'm putting all this money into that offense.
And it looks like this.
Thank God we have the defense that we have. If it wasn't for the defense last year, they may not have made the playoffs.
I would agree with you. And I think that this is a Sean Mannion tryout. And I really believe that. This is a Sean Mannion tryout because if Sean Mannion comes in here and the offense looks great, but this team doesn't achieve where it's going, and they like what they see of him in the building, he could very well end up being the head coach down the line. Do you guys?
No, I don't disagree with you. Now, if they win,
what do you think, Connor?
If they win, though,
I mean,
you sort of shrugged your shoulders there. I mean, do you think that would be counter?
I'm just not to that level of thinking yet. Like,
Okay.
there's so much that needs to unfold for that to happen.
Okay.
but if they win, we're doing the same thing. He gets a job, and
Yeah.
then we're finding a new OC.
And that could very well be what happens.
And look, we celebrate it. Go Birds.
I'd go through this stress
Yeah,
every other year if
me
it meant
too.
a Super Bowl every other.
Yeah, same. Absolutely. That's how it should be, right? If I have to deal with a down year because of a bad offensive coordinator and then a Super Bowl the next year, sign me up. All right, I'll sign up for the every other year pack. Bring it on.
I got to tell you, though, it is maddening that they can't sustain. It to me, it's maddening because other franchises have managed to have this kind of collection of talent and then sustain. And I put that, honestly, I do put that a lot at the head coach's feet.
Yeah, but you know what's going to happen? All right, let's say we go into the scenario where they win a Super Bowl and Sean Mannion gets a head coaching job elsewhere.
Okay.
They will then find the next McVay Shanahan tree. Remember, Sean Desai was hired because he was of the Vic Fangio. They found what they want for defense. They want the Vic Fangio style of defense.
They did.
So we're going to hire disciples of Vic Fangio. Whether they're going to be great or not, we'd rather just to continue to try this style.
Okay.
The Eagles have not had a McVay style. They've had a run the football. They've had a 1970s offense the last couple of years, and it has worked.
It got them to 2 Super Bowls.
And they won a Super Bowl doing it.
Right.
But moving forward, if it works and he gets a job elsewhere, I would imagine it's another disciple of the McVay-Mannion tree. It's who's the guy with the Rams?
As long as it works.
Who's the guy with the Rams? The guy that does all the videos. He was the next big candidate.
The kid who was going to be the Browns coach.
Yeah, they bumped him up to OC, but McVay's going to be the one that calls the plays.
Right,
exactly. We'll be doing that kind of stuff next year. All right, what else do we have? Let's check the doctor out. Not a poll. A poll.
A poll?
Iron Mountain Men's Health. 4 hours strong every morning here on Kincade Salciunas. 4 hours strong on the afternoons. Maybe not as strong, but it's pretty strong here. What do we have, Connor?
Our question, are you okay with the Eagles setting up a prove-it year for Jalen Hurts in 2026? We also made sure to link the story to the Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler article, so you can go ahead and check that out in the replies to the poll. Early returns here, only 13 votes, so we just got this up a little bit late. 77%, though, right off the rip saying yes. Only 23% saying no.
Wow. Well, it's only 13 votes. So
Yeah, but it's going to be heavily yes. It's going to be heavily yes.
Are you sure?
Yeah, dude.
Dude, people love him.
Yes, but
it's looking like
loving him.
Love Jalen, dude.
Yeah, but I
love him.
Yeah, but people love him, Andrew. But I truly believe fans are. I think fans are saying, "You've got it all, dude. You've got it all. So make it happen."
Dude, we get ripped for calling him a game manager in a positive way. We get ripped for it.
Right, because that's a negative, hey, here's what he is to some people. A prove-it year is they are saying, show us something. They're not saying, we don't believe you. They're not saying, we fully believe you. They're saying, this is your chance to show us something in a new offense. I think a large majority of this fan base understands that thought process.
All right. I feel like our first texter was, if it's a prove-it year for Jalen, it's a prove-it year for everybody else. I think that's going to be probably the number one thing that people say, because you don't want to put it all on Jalen. I don't put it all on Jalen.
I don't put it all on Jalen, but I put a lot on Jalen. I put a lot on it.
He's the quarterback.
Especially, too, if your quarterback is uncoachable at times. That is a harsh critique. That's a harsh critique from a coach's son. Again, you'll always hear that about him. Well, he's a coach's son. Well, if the coach's son is uncoachable, then that sucks. That's bad. That's a bad quality to have on your resume. that, wow, he's a coach's son, but he's not coachable. Well, then what does that do for me?
If you're just tuning in, let's play it again, Connor. Tim McManus, because you can go on your own and read the article, ESPN.com. We suggest you to do it because there's a lot to it. But this was Tim McManus. Just dropped this morning. The title of the video on ESPN.com, Jalen Hurts and the Eagles at a crossroads.
Jalen Hurts is a Super Bowl MVP, a 3-time Pro Bowler, and one of the winningest quarterbacks of his era. But heading into the 2026 season, Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles are at a crossroads. The passing game has been subpar for more than 2 years, despite having the most expensive offensive roster in football, with a cash value of over $195 million, featuring star receivers A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Brown's frustrations have been well documented and could lead to him being traded this offseason. But he's not the only one who has felt boxed in. While there is plenty of blame to go around, sources say Hurts has pushed back on changes that would diversify the offense and goes off script from the game plan, at times switching 2 plays that haven't even been installed. One team source described Hurts as, quote, not always coachable, and the players notice. Hurts has been able to block out the distractions, a quality that comes in especially handy in a rabid sports town like Philly. But the hard shell can also make him difficult to communicate with. Teammates and staff members have urged him to do a better job at connecting with players and coaches, an area Hurts has shown progress in despite his introverted nature. On the flip side, Hurts' steady, if rigid, vision has been a stabilizing force through constant turnover at offensive coordinator. Sean Mannion will be his 6th play caller since entering the league in 2020. The Eagles expect to reshape the offense yet again next season, this time with a Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay-style system, the most dramatic overhaul yet under coach Nick Sirianni. It will lean heavily into under-center play action and motion, 2 areas the Eagles haven't majored in, due in part, sources said, to Hurts' reluctance. But one team source says that Hurts is, quote, as open as he's ever been to changes. The offense has relied heavily on Saquon Barkley and the ground game, and the organization believes it has to evolve. The direction is set. Now it's up to Hurts to lead the way.
And now you wonder how the A.J. Brown frustration, right? That's been a big story.
Yeah, so if A.J. Brown's frustrated, as I told you, then every offensive lineman's probably frustrated. Devontae can be frustrated. Dallas can be frustrated. And they can all manage to give their maximum effort and to do everything.
Sure. That's,
I don't excuse any of the A.J. Brown frustration.
No, but I'm just saying now, if people are wondering where's it coming from.
Well, I think we all shared it. Like I don't think anybody's holding the frustration against A.J. Brown, right?
No.
He should be frustrated.
Offense has been bad.
We're frustrated too.
With that, the offense is not, I can't say it's been, well, last year was bad. The offense has been serviceable, which with that amount of money allocated toward it, it can't be serviceable.
Can't be serviceable.
It has to be.
Nope.
It has to be great. It has to be top 10. It has to be top 5. And it's not.
It does.
Mopar in our YouTube chat, the Real Housewives of the Eagles locker room. There is a lot of drama with this team year in and year out. And the second it doesn't go the way they want it to, it gets worse, man. This story wasn't dropping last year. This time last year, this story was not dropping. They lose, it drops.
Then it drops. Who left the locker room too? You got to think about that.
True.
Who left and who came back to the locker room?
Yeah. Where was that press conference yesterday?
The conduits of information came back.
All right, coming up next.
Chatty Cathy's.
All right, more of your reaction. But also, Jeffrey Lurie spoke yesterday as the league meetings are going on in Arizona. And speaking of A.J. Brown, Mr. Lurie gave the best non-answer in the history of the world. And also, next time we watch Jalen Hurts with like his 18th offensive coordinator, could it be somewhere else? It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
If you're looking to get engaged, you're not going to want to miss Benari Jewelers' April Bridal event. It comes up the weekend after Easter, so it's next weekend And boy, is it going to be amazing. With even more rings, designers, and special interest-free financing with approved credit for you during this great event. It's 3 days of amazing savings. It's the 10th, 11th, and 12th, and you're going to see all of Benari's fabulous rings and bands and double the inventory because top designers are going to be there showcasing their entire line. So you're going to get the best values of the year, up to 20% savings, plus interest-free financing with approved credit. All the details are available for you at BenariJewelers.com. It's the 10th, the 11th, and the 12th. You're going to get unbeatable pricing. It's next level. So no matter what cut, size, style you're looking for, you're going to find all of it, and you're going to love the pricing. And you're going to love it. 10th, 11th, and 12th, my good friends at Benari Jewelers, Exton in Newtown Square. Make sure you're there for it. Put it on your calendar now.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Bills back in the win column. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies found a win last night in large thanks to the Rook. Andrew Painter made his major league debut on the mound as the Phillies beat the Nationals 3-2. He went 5 1/3 scoreless innings of his own work. He did have an earned run from a runner left on base when he was lifted in that inning. Struck out 8 Nationals batters. Here's what the first one sounded like on NBC Sports Philadelphia.
And the 1-2 again. Swing and a miss. He got him. His first major league strikeout. It comes on a curveball, and there's one away here in the first inning.
Great call by Tom McCarthy, as always. Kyle Schwarber and Adolis Garcia both went yard in the win. For Garcia, it's the first for him in a Phillies uniform. The Phils go for the series win against the Nats today, 1:05 p.m. from the bank. Christopher Sanchez on the mound facing off against Cade Cavalli. The Flyers fell to the Capitals 6-4 last night in Porter Martone's debut. Tried to mount a comeback after going down early in the game, but unfortunately couldn't get it done. They play the Red Wings tomorrow. Sixers are in Washington facing the Wizards tonight at 7 p.m. trying to push out of the play-in tournament. You can hear that game live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And we'll continue to react to Tim McManus' deep dive on Jalen Hurts as the show continues. Adam Schefter joins us at 8:05. This update is brought to you by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MADD-HELP or visit MADD.org. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
7 a.m. hour is brought to you by the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the BetParks app. Play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, so there's still a lot to unpack from this Tim McManus article. Connor found a whole other part of it that we'll get to as this show continues, because there's a lot to it.
And we all have our own ideas. It's like I was just talking to Rodman and to Austin back there. We all have our own sort of takeaway on it of what is the most important part of it, too, which is great. I mean, this is really interesting.
I think this is a kick him in the ass article. Like, I think that's what it is. Like, let's kick him in the ass, but let's also let the people know that we're not giving him a contract extension yet, and here's why. Again, shout out to D. Gunn for joining us 2 days ago and letting us know that they are not close to a contract extension, when usually this is when talks are happening.
Yes.
And then this article drops this morning from Tim McManus, and you might understand why. 2 responses to our Twitter poll. Jerry says this is clearly from a disgruntled Stoutland. Lurie spoke. That's what I'll listen to. Anything for clicks and attention. Of course, that's what it always comes down to. Jeffrey Lurie spoke yesterday. We'll play you some clips coming up, and he did speak about Jalen Hurts. Garrett, are you people insane? Have you seen the quarterback play in this league? Bleeping spoiled ass fan base. Don't bet against Jalen Hurts and then come crawling back. Hurts gets more smoke for consistently winning in the city than any other losers on the Phillies combined, and I think we all know why. Well, we've talked about that.
What's he saying? We all know why.
I'm going to guess.
Is he trying to make it racial?
I'm going to guess that he's going with the racial.
Take that and pack it up and walk out of here. Stop it.
The Eagles get more.
Stop it.
The Eagles get more heat than any other team, and that happens. That's the nature of this city. Now,
the quarterback of the Eagles has always been tortured in this town.
Right.
Mike Schmidt was destroyed in this town. Mike Schmidt is white. Carson Wentz was destroyed in this town. I mean, come on. It's the quarterback of the Eagles. It's like being the mayor. You're just going to be torn apart.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
What's going to happen?
Especially if you don't totally feel that confident in him, right? Like I've talked about his deficiencies even in the year when they won the Super Bowl.
I think he gets treated better than any quarterback that has ever quarterbacked here.
Sure.
You and I are Donovan McNabb.
Yes.
We're Donovan McNabb wonks.
Love 5, yeah.
The 2 of us. And I think Donovan McNabb is arguably the most disrespected athlete ever in the history of the city. Arguably. And to me, I mean, Jalen Hurts, he gets treated soft in this city. Like, take the racial angle of this and pack it up and take a walk with it. That's garbage. Absolute garbage. Ridiculous.
All right.
Stop.
Jeffrey Lurie spoke yesterday to members of the media. And he did talk about Jalen. We'll get to that coming a little bit, but there's some other things that he got into. Let's first play the greatest non-answer in the history of the world, because he was asked about A.J. Brown. All right.
He's a politician.
Let me set this up. He was asked about A.J. Brown.
Yes.
All right. A.J. Brown. No, nobody else. There are no other names mentioned in the question by the reporter.
We have the question with it, too.
So.
Good.
All right, play it.
Going back to A.J. Brown, the trade talk speculation has not subsided.
Yeah.
That would require a sign-off from you, I would imagine. Where are you with that?
Yeah. As we kept saying, AJ's an Eagle, and he's definitely, I just will say this. Devontae and AJ, 2 great receivers and also great teammates. I just want to say that. These 2 are wonderful to have, and great teammates and great receivers. So he's an Eagle. We'll see what happens down the road, but so is Devontae, so is Jalen Hurts, so is Saquon. They're all really great competitors and luckily great teammates, and they just want to win big.
He got asked the question about A.J. Brown. If you didn't, he says, yep, yeah, before the question even gets completely asked. He's so nervous. He's the cat in the hot tin roof because he was coached up for it. He was ready for it. He was ready for the question, but he was just like, I have an answer. I've been prepared for this answer. And it's, yep, yeah. He says it 4 times. And then he just proceeds to make it about everybody. But I love he's great. He's an Eagle, and we'll see what happens down the road. What?
Andrew, tell me about your marriage. Well, you know what? Coop's a great kid. You know, we're really lucky to have him. He's an awesome. Christy's a good mom. But Coop really puts a smile on our face every single day. Like, that Devontae wasn't even bro. He said Devontae's name 6 times.
How about we'll see it?
We'll see. That
down
was
the line.
Yeah, we'll see.
What?
Yeah.
Well, down the line, we'll see what? Are you kidding me?
I don't know how he wasn't ready for that one.
Like, I mean, he was.
That one's got to be. You knew that's a softball. You knew that question's coming.
Yeah, I don't think he did anything wrong there.
Oh,
I think he was ready for it.
That was terrible.
No, you just answer the. Hey, he's a Philadelphia Eagle. Howie's been saying it. Nick's been
come
saying
on.
it.
Are you kidding me?
That's essentially what he said. He just talked some other guys up, too.
That was a hard question? Don't know. The question's about A.J. Brown. Yeah.
All right, now the other thing that he was asked about was the stadium, because there's been a lot of talk about what the Philadelphia Eagles do with Lincoln Financial Field, and because that's coming up soon. The lease is almost over. This was Jeffrey Lurie talking about where the Eagles could potentially play in the future.
The lease is up in 2032. There's extensions. It's a long process. When we researched Lincoln Financial Field, it probably took us, 2-3 years of exploratory research. Now our exploratory research is very much on looking at stadiums around the world and domestically. Is there anything we can learn from Nashville and Buffalo? Is there anything we can learn from the renovations in Madrid and Barcelona? It's really important, I think. We want to maximize fan amenities and attract the best possible environment for Philadelphia. And to do that, you've really got to do the exploratory research. Don't rush into it. This is a big decision. Where's the team going to be? So I think it always pays off to take it slow, really understand what's going on in the world of design, fan amenities, artificial intelligence in design, what kind of facility. So it's really exploratory. I wish I could give you more permanent answers, but we're going to take our time, and I would hope in the next year or two we'll have some more definitive approach to where we're going.
And one of the questions was, do they expect to still be in the complex, right? Like the South Philly sports complex that we know so well. Remember, the Sixers tried moving to the city.
And people were losing their minds.
People were losing their minds. The Phillies, it was Penn University City, the Phillies at point.
No, one point they were going to move down like near Vine.
Okay, yeah.
It was going to be down there. And then we've got the Kevin Cooney of the world.
Yeah.
Kevin Cooney, who thinks that that they're going to move up to Franklin Mills.
Hell yeah.
They are not moving the Philadelphia Eagles up to Franklin Mills. Sorry.
I love that.
And they are not. And you.
He just wants it for his commute.
And both of you, look me in the eye. Both of you Jersey boys. The Philadelphia Eagles over my dead body.
Let's go. Camden Waterfront's beautiful this time of year.
By the way, it's almost died a few times. It will not. The Philadelphia Eagles will never play a game as a home team in Jersey.
Can't wait to save $6 on a toll, man, if I go to an Eagles game.
They are not going to Jersey.
Jersey sports trips.
No.
The Cherry Hill Eagles.
Yeah, exactly. Go Birds, man.
I want the two of you, wash your mouths out with soap, and none of it.
The Garden State Birds, dude.
No.
Let's go. Come on over.
The Philadelphia Eagles are not going to Jersey. And you know what, though? They're not going to Northeast Philly either.
Damn, bro. For a guy that goes down the shore every year.
It's great.
Dude,
yes.
The Jersey Shore Birds.
Yeah.
They're not going
Dude, that'd be awesome.
They are not going to Jersey. The Philadelphia
Beachfront property
over
stadium.
My dead body.
Build it on the beach in Wildwood. God knows there's enough sand down there.
Dude, why not, man?
Yeah, they're not.
You got the
Takes a
space.
mile to walk.
You got the space for
I want
it.
the two of you to stop it.
We'll deal with the coastal
I want the
floodings
two of
another
you
day.
to stop it right. When you go on vacation, stop it right now.
Better not see you in Avalon this summer then.
Yeah,
Kincade.
it's fine.
Yeah, pipe down there.
Wash your mouths out with soap. Now, the Philadelphia Eagles are the Philadelphia Eagles. And by the way, Jeffrey Lurie's negotiating.
Yeah, the New York Giants are the New York Giants.
Jeffrey Lurie is negotiating with the city of Philadelphia. The Philadelphia Eagles will be right downtown, somewhere around South Philly. It's just a matter he's going to get the best deal possible.
All right, Connor, let's check the Iron Mountain Men's Health Poll. Dr. Avidan Appel. We started early this hour. We like to give him the mention every single hour.
Sure.
We did not do it in the 6 o'clock hour because this story dropped and it changed everything. The show sheet got ripped up. So, Connor, what do we have? 97.5 The Fanatic. A lot of people early on saying they're cool with the Eagles doing a prove-it year for the Eagles. What about now?
Yeah, the gap has grown. So the question, are you okay with the Eagles setting up a prove-it year for Jalen Hurts in 2026? This based off the Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler ESPN article. 79% of responders now saying yes, 21% saying no.
79%. That shocks you, doesn't it?
It does, because
I thought it was going to be 70-30, and I still think it may end up 70-30 by the end.
I thought it'd be closer.
I think it'll keep growing. I think this will end up in the 80s.
Like, I see a response from CER41. Such an idiotic poll. How is this a prove year? Now, he clearly did not read the article, and that's fine.
He clearly isn't listening to his peers of fans who are overwhelmingly saying it is.
Yeah, almost 80% of people are cool with it.
Yes.
Now, cool with it may not.
It doesn't mean. No, wait a minute. Cool with it doesn't mean that they're saying get him the hell out of here
Right.
either. It's saying they're cool with it. Was saying, yo, Jalen, before we write the next gigantic check to you that dominates our salary cap, show us that you can adapt. Show us that you're coachable, and stop going rogue. Like, be coachable. Do the right things, and that's okay. That's okay. Learn. Show us you can do those things, and then we'll talk.
He's been against adapting a little bit. That's been one of the big takeaways from this article.
And for a coach's son, that's blasphemy.
And by the way, he's going to have to adapt a lot. The big thing that Tim McManus dropped, this offense is going to have a lot of pre-snap motion, and they're going to be under center a lot. Two things that Jalen Hurts has been against doing. So as much as we want to rip Patullo, and I think he still deserves to be ripped.
Too bad, Jalen.
If he wanted to do things and Jalen Hurts said no, well, one guy's a Super Bowl champion, the other guy's his first-time offensive coordinator. Sean Mannion is being looked at as the next head coach in the NFL. He's going to have to listen. How about it? All right, coming up next, we have today's headlines with Connor Thomas. Before that, Jeffrey Lurie did speak on Jalen Hurts yesterday. So we'll hear what the owner of the Philadelphia Eagles had to say, and then today's headlines with Connor Thomas here on the Fanatic.
Keep it locked into 97. sports talk. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, 7:47 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Social media is buzzing. We've posted a couple of the clips and some of the quotes from Tim McManus that we're reacting to, and there's a lot of people that are almost celebrating it. There's some people that are just angry that it's being talked about, and we get it. Jalen Hurts is a polarizing figure. He is very polarizing, and I knew that we would get the reaction that we would get. If you're a diehard Jalen Hurts fan, you're upset. If you don't like Jalen Hurts, you're celebrating this. I'm surprised by the vast majority of people on the poll okay with the prove it year, and it seems like that means some of the big Jalen Hurts fans are okay with it too. Now, somebody did respond saying, when isn't it a prove it year in Philadelphia, especially at the quarterback position, which I think is a good answer.
Okay, sure.
If you suck, you're gonna hear it, and the organization will think differently. Jalen Hurts has never sucked, right?
No. Well, yeah. I mean, no, he's never
games,
sucked.
like
he's never
the
sucked.
4 interceptions against the Chargers.
No, he is not, and that's why I'm a Jalen Hurts. Like I'm one of those people who does not want to move on from Jalen Hurts. But I do want to see Jalen Hurts do things that are – I don't want to hear about Jalen Hurts being uncoachable. I don't want to hear about Jalen Hurts going rogue, doing his own thing. It's nonsense. Like, that kind of stuff has to stop.
Yeah.
At some point, you got to grow up.
And that's why it's good that Sean Mannion is a guy that will get after a little bit, because the Kellen Moore relationship between him and Hurts, according to the story, was tense. And look, that was one of his best years, and the Eagles won a Super Bowl. This was Jeffrey Lurie yesterday on Jalen Hurts.
He's under contract. Oh, I love Jalen. I mean, there's no bigger fan of Jalen than me. Clutch gene, absolutely. The guy, MVP of the Super Bowl 13 months ago, should have been MVP of the Super Bowl right before that against Kansas City the first time. Exceptional and so dedicated. I mean, I think you probably know. Spend a lot of time with Jalen, and he's, as I do with most quarterbacks, and incredibly dedicated to the game, to winning, and being a huge winner. I love everything about him. So those things take over time. We never would discuss it. He's in the middle of a new contract now.
And there's the owner of the Philadelphia Eagles. He loves Jalen Hurts.
He's in the middle of a new contract now. That was the subtle last line. He's in the middle of a new contract now, which means there's no need to negotiate. There's no need to do that.
But we all know football. If it's the last year with guaranteed money,
right,
it's time to negotiate.
Correct.
If you want to. All right, it's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with the Connor Thomas.
What's up, Z?
It's brought to us by Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. I figured today would be a nice day to take a look at maybe a different quarterback situation in the NFL, just to remind us,
sure,
with all the turmoil surrounding Jalen Hurts, there are tougher situations to be in. Unless you believe what Aaron Glenn has to say. I don't think a lot of people in New York believe what Aaron Glenn has to say about the New York Jets right now, but he is all the way in on Geno Smith.
Listen, he fits exactly what we're trying to do. So obviously we've created an identity. The foundation of our offense is pretty good now. Like, I just feel like he's the guy that's going to lead us to the promised land.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. By the way,
there's things that just don't have to be.
In like the best in reportedly the best quarterback draft in a decade coming up next year. Is that what Jet fans want to hear?
Promised land. You don't think so, guys?
He could lead him to the promised land as a backup quarterback, helping out the rookie.
If the promised land is Valhalla and you're dying in battle this year, then yeah, he could.
Yeah, dude, stop. Aaron, I get it. You're always gonna pump up your guys, but there's a line. And you know what? We scoff at it. I wouldn't be surprised if people within the Jets organization scoff at it.
Oh, probably. This is the same coach that earlier this offseason said, play calling's my superpower. All right, bro.
And I like Aaron Glenn. So, I hope he does well. But, come on.
Yeah, I got no beef with the guy, but the Geno Smith promised land, those two, probably not in the same sentence.
A little out of line.
Yeah. A little much.
Speaking of missing out on the promised land, which is what I think everyone believes the Jets are going to do this year, I hope Italy enjoyed the World Baseball Classic.
It got underneath Donnarumma. The Italian curse continues. Bosnia and Herzegovina will play in the FIFA World Cup.
Italy will not, again, play in the World Cup after, as you heard, Bosnia and Herzegovina knocked them out.
That feels wrong. right? Like, I think of kicking and screaming.
Get the ball to the Italians.
Get the ball to the Italians, right? Like, it doesn't feel right.
It doesn't seem believable. Like, it doesn't seem believable to me that the United States of America can't be finding ways to, come up with one of the greatest teams in the world. Like, it's shocking to me.
Yeah, maybe Italy just needs the host because that's how USA, Canada, and Mexico are locked in.
Automatic gifts.
There's for me personally, like whenever Lithuania doesn't make it for basketball in the Olympics, I'm like, what the hell? Like, that's like the one thing we're good at, right? Like, Italy, that's a surprise when they're not in the World Cup.
Baseball country.
But now, is that 3 in a row?
It is 2 at least.
Yeah,
that they haven't made it. But in an 8-year stretch for a team like the Italians, and they haven't been competitive in the World Cups they've been in for what feels like ever. So for everyone worried about the state of U.S. soccer,
wow,
it could be worse.
Well, they've been telling us U.S. soccer's right around the corner since the 70s.
Yeah, Freddie Adu, 18-year-old.
No, since the 70s, when Pele was part of the New York Cosmos, that it was we were just about to hit that world stage.
Hey, maybe this is our year. Get geared up for the World Cup. I was in grade school
at the time, yes.
Yeah, but unfortunately, no Italian team in this one. Something for you guys, real quick. I need to know if you're comfortable with doing this because Chick-fil-A is offering a new promotion. Andrew, you and I, both former Chick-fil-A employees.
Yeah, man, my pleasure.
How long, both of you?
I was a summer going into college.
Okay.
Yeah, I was too. I think it was like 4 months.
Like a summer job.
I had not graduated high school yet when I started working.
All right.
So probably like April or May to September.
Yeah.
It's a good expertise.
We had a good run. Didn't get fired, so.
Well, I did.
All right.
Well, you did.
I did. I got fired because
Chick-fil-A is offering free ice cream to families who agree to put their phones away during their meals, part in an effort to encourage more face-to-face time and less screen use.
That's easy.
The Kincades could have done that every meal.
Yeah.
Here's my question. Can I go in there without my phone, sit by myself, and get free ice cream?
No, you're not a family.
Why not? I'm not on my phone.
You're not a family.
I'm having face-to-face time with
You're not a family.
other booth.
All right. You'll join me.
What are you, putty?
You'll join
on Seinfeld
me,
on the plane?
Cooper. Well, I am. That'll be me.
Yes.
That'll be me on Monday.
Hey, this weird Uncle Connor who just wants
You
the
won't bring
Chick-fil-A
a book?
ice cream.
Or anything?
No, I'll sit there and stare at the back of the seat.
Oh, jeez.
Well, no, I'll be helping Coop out.
You'll play with him.
Yeah, I'll be playing with him the entire time. But usually I'm putty on the.
There you go.
Yeah, but if you want the free ice cream, there you go.
That's a great idea. But Olivia's, our kid could say, well, that could have been every meal of her entire life.
Yeah.
Honestly, Sixers, you got the opposing team missing 2 free throws, little bricking for chicken, and then you get the free ice cream for not on your phone. You get a free meal.
They once did a promotion at Chick-fil-A, Cow Day. If you dressed up like a cow, you got a free chicken sandwich. And I remember going, and all these people painted their faces and stuff. I just wore a black shirt underneath a white shirt, and I cut holes in the old white shirt.
That's a great idea.
That's all I did. And I'm like, you idiots. You're all face painted. They think one guy's got the bell off his neck. I'm like, this is all it took, man. It was just do that.
I called out at Cow Day. I was there for 20 minutes, and I'm like, I'm not doing this. I'm feeling under the weather. Who wants my hours?
All right, coming up next, Adam Schefter will be joining us. It's an Adam Schefter Wednesday. He joins us at 8:05. He knows the article that dropped this morning. There's a lot to unpack with Schefty about what the Eagles' plans are for Jalen Hurts. Is this a prove-it year for Hurts? Are the Eagles quietly setting that up? What insight does Schefty have? We talk to him next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A special night for Andrew Painter. I'm Connor Thomas, and Andrew Painter dazzled in his Major League debut last night as the Phillies took down the Nationals 3-2. Painter pitched 5 1/3 scoreless innings. He did end up with an earned run from a runner he left on base when he was removed from the game. 8 strikeouts as well, though. Looked incredible, and it sounded incredible as he exited the game. This courtesy of NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Here comes Rob Thompson.
I'm going to stand up and cheer for this one.
Fans are already coming to their feet. 5 1/3 scoreless innings for Painter. 84 pitches. Wow, what a roar from the crowd.
And he earned it. So did Kyle Schwarber and Adolis Garcia, who both went yard in the game. The Phils go for the series win against the Nats today, 105. Christopher Sanchez faces Cade Cavalli in the pitching matchup. Flyers fell to the Capitals 6-4 last night in Porter Martone's debut. They tried to mount a comeback after going down early in the game. Unfortunately, just weren't able to get it done. They play the Red Wings tomorrow. The Sixers are in Washington facing the Wizards tonight at 7 p.m., trying to push out of the play-in tournament. You can hear that game live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And we'll continue to react to Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler's deep dive on Jalen Hurts on ESPN.com. Adam Schefter of ESPN joins us coming up next to react. This update is brought to you by Sequoia Outback Spring into Sequoia sale. Experience the ultimate in outdoor living in Sequoia's massive showroom and save big on decking, railings, grills, and furniture this spring. Visit decksupplies.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
These two are Temple made, but for some reason, trust this Washington College guy to produce. Charity comes in many forms. Kincade Salciunas is back from the break. I wonder what they're going to get into.
All right, well, we're not even waiting until 8:05. How about that? It is 8 o'clock on this Wednesday morning, an Adam Schefter Wednesday. And this is the day where a big story from Tim McManus drops. And of course, people are angry at some of it. Johnny, not everybody's angry, but some people are angry. One person was wondering why, when I put out a few quotes on social media about what we were reacting to, he called me a clown for not including the part where it says he's now open to change more than ever before. Again, talk could be cheap, right? Like, it's great to hear that he's more open than ever before in March, or in this case, April 1st. And then if he's uncomfortable doing it, then what, right? Like,
and you have to read. Look, we can't hold your hand, and you got to read it. You got to read the article yourself.
You know, it was a damning article. It was in a kind of I don't want to say a smear campaign, but it was rough on Jalen Hurts. It really was. They're trying to kick his ass a little bit with what's being put out there publicly, and you just hope that it changes. Like, you hope that it changes, and I am happy that he is open to change. Anyone should be that's not doing that great. Like, that's the other thing. Like, I'm getting called a clown because I'm not celebrating that a guy that did not have a really good season is open to change. That's awesome.
Okay.
Don't make me angry now.
Yeah, come on now. I just don't understand.
I'm glad he's open to change. Like, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's great.
All right.
That'd be awesome.
Joining us now, Johnny, from ESPN. I know he got a chance to read it. Our man Adam Schefter joins us here on Kincade and Salciunas. Shefty, it just never seems to end. There's never a dull moment in Philadelphia sports. Good morning.
What's going on, guys? This is great for you guys.
Yes.
To me, I don't know. Like, I look at them like, okay, yeah, these guys worked hard. They came up with some interesting things. I don't think there's anything in there like I go, whoa, my God, holy cow.
Well, the last play of the playoff game versus the San Francisco 49ers, the fact that was Jalen Hurts' play call, was shocking to us all because
for 3 months we drug Kevin Patullo's name through the mud.
And and that was one of our first things today is apologize to Kevin Patullo because everybody blamed him for that play call when it was Jalen Hurts' play call. That's one thing, and that AJ and Jalen went rogue at the end of the Green Bay game. That was also not particularly confirmed to us. And that's interesting, too, because they had went rogue in the Seattle game 2 years earlier. There's just some interesting things in there that a coach's son that doesn't appear to be always coachable. That's a little strange.
I mean, he's doing what he feels is best. Like, okay, so he's unpredictable as a play caller. Okay? I don't know the answer to this. How many other quarterbacks are unpredictable? Do some of them go right by the book? Do some of them go by exactly what's called? I mean, the article talked about how Hurts is as open as he's ever been to change, so that's good. Mm-hmm. Okay, changes play calls. Again, he went rogue. Okay, like, things happen. It's hard for me. Like, I don't know how these things transpire with every team. So when a season goes wrong, you're looking for things to blame. You're looking for things that went wrong. So this is what they uncovered here, what they believe are issues. And I again, maybe I'm wrong. I would imagine these kinds of things go on in a lot of different places all the time. So I don't get overly excited about it. That's me.
All right. So a lot of times this year, having you on when we have not gotten the updated percentage of A.J. Brown trade, we've also asked you about the Jalen Hurts contract extension because we all know that entering not the final year of his deal, but the final year where there's a lot of guaranteed money, that's when talks start. We had a reporter locally early on this week saying, no, they haven't even begun those conversations. They're not close to having those conversations. Do you believe this article is sort of a sign that the Eagles are sort of quietly having a prove-it year for Jalen Hurts?
I don't connect the article to where it's at. I mean, I think they're two separate things. Where Jalen Hurts is at, the article, I guess, is like a part of it. This is where he's at. And there's a certain way that the organization feels about him. And I am unaware of any discussions that have occurred, whether or not they're close to an extension. I haven't heard that. They might be. I don't know that they are. I haven't heard that they are. My read on it, I don't mean the article, I mean just in general, would be that, yeah, this would be kind of a prove-it year for Jalen Hurts. I think there are a lot of prove-it years for a lot of players in the NFL. How many years does he have left right now on his contract?
3 full seasons, but this one's the last year with the guaranteed money.
Yeah. Well, 3 full seasons is a lot of time to have left to redo a contract. So I don't think there's anything that's overly abnormal there. And what he just did, the new deal, is it 2 into a 5? I think that's right, correct?
Sounds about right, yes.
I'm going to bring.
I just think that's completely normal.
I want to bring you back to your quarterback comment that you made, though. How many quarterbacks? You're saying you don't know how many quarterbacks do these things. How many quarterbacks do you think go rogue? Then why wouldn't we hear about it? Because we've heard about it multiple times now with Jalen Hurts. If other quarterbacks are doing it, why wouldn't we hear about it? And also, how many do it on critical last plays of games? Like
I'll go back to John. I'll go back to exactly. I don't think that, with all due respect, that Trevor Lawrence and Joe Burrow and Kyler Murray are being investigated for their play calls the same way that Jalen Hurts is.
Why is that?
I'm sorry, I just don't. I don't think those markets are as intense and as in depth as Philadelphia. When was the last time we saw an article like this written? And maybe that's the fault of reporters across the country. I don't know. My point to you is, like, I just don't really hear about these things.
Or could it be that they don't do it?
It could be. I don't know. I don't know. Like, it's a good question for Ron Jaworski or Tim Hasselbeck to answer. I'm just being honest with you.
Okay.
Like, I don't know.
Okay.
All right, then I'll ask your forte, and that's reporting, Schefty. So an article like this, a lot of people immediately come up with the belief that it's somebody that's left the building, and they're just upset. When articles like this come out, and your read on what you read, how much of this maybe could be people that are sour grapes, like maybe a former offensive coordinator, even though some of these mentions are in-house. So is there a attempt to try to wake Jalen up a little bit with some of the quotes that are coming out of this story as well? What do you make of the story itself?
You know, it's interesting. I was on another radio show this morning, Unsportsmanlike, the ESPN radio show, and one of the hosts asked me, you know, his contention was that the Eagles, this was the last-ditch effort to get Jalen Hurts' attention, and that's why the story came out. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but that's not what happened here. I believe what happened here is that Tim McManus covers the team. When you're covering a team, you hear a lot of things. You hear certain complaints. You hear certain theories. Your job as a beat writer is to be around the team at all times, to have your ears open on everything, to absorb as much information as you possibly can. So my guess, my theory, and I haven't spoken to anybody about the piece, anybody, okay? So my guess is that Tim McManus heard some things, Jeremy Fowler heard some things. I don't know who initiated it because I know nothing about it, the backstory behind it. And all of a sudden, hey, I've heard this. Let's start pulling it together and make a couple of calls. So do I think that this is Kevin Petullo's way of clearing his name? I do not. Do I think that the team had an agenda to get this out there? Absolutely not. The team, 100 times out of 100, would rather that this story never runs. Do I think that it is just simply two reporters doing their job? Yes, that's what it is. And this is where it led them today.
It is interesting, though, that guys like you used to say, the other guys that are of his caliber, the Burrow, the Mahomes, the Allen, them, that it becomes the Philadelphia fan base that sort of takes the bullet, or the Philadelphia media that takes the bullet, that it's our market, it's our criticism, it's our hyper critique. When in reality, it might just be that Jalen Hurts, like the article says, might be at times uncoachable, that they find him a difficult guy to coach, which can be a strange combination, a headstrong guy who doesn't want to take direction.
And maybe it is as simple as that, right? It could just be that. But by the way, I think every player has tendencies and characteristics that you'd like to change. You could say that about most every quarterback. There are always people working with quarterbacks. You know, again, when I was in Denver, early on, before Mike Shanahan they were trying to change Don Elway. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, this is, look, it's got you guys talking all morning.
Yeah.
So the piece did its job, right? Like, they heard these things. These guys worked hard. They did a good job. You guys are talking. It's fodder for you. People are curious. So it worked out well for the reporters who did a nice job, and it worked out well for you guys too.
Schefty, what do you make in the story when it's talked about how Jalen Hurts does not like doing certain things, like plays under center, pre-snap motion, but that's exactly what Sean Mannion's going to want to do because he's from the Shanahan-McVay tree. Is this something where Jalen Hurts might have to figure out being uncomfortable, or will they still try to balance what Jalen prefers to do over the things that Mannion would like to do?
I think they find a balance for what works. Like, to me, the best coaches, they have an idea of what works, but I can think of so many times where coaches have been successful. You're talking about the Shanahan tree. You know, Robert Griffin III comes in there, and what they did was they went back and they took a lot of the plays that he was most comfortable with in college. If Sean Mannion says, this is what I run, Jalen, you're going to run what I run, then that's not going to be a very successful marriage, and I just don't believe that that's what's going to happen. I believe, and I don't even know Sean Mannion, he sounds like he's an incredibly intelligent guy with a great future, that he and Jalen Hurts will figure out a way to marry up what works for both of them to come up with an effective system, whatever that is. And I don't know what it is. But there's no way that Sean Mannion just walking in there and saying, this is how I do things. Get used to it, kid. Like, that's not happening.
How about the idea of replacement refs? Because I was wondering yesterday about this a little bit, that if the NFL had to go with replacement refs and the NFL's association with legalized sports gambling, I would imagine that the NFL would have a lot on the line there, where the legalized sports gambling community would have issue with that.
You know, there's a lot of things about this whole situation that are a little bit interesting. And, I mean, all during the year, you know, teams are irate and worked up about officials and complain to the league. And the league has the officials back all the time to teams. They're doing a great job. They made the right call. You know, you're wrong. And now the league is fighting with the officials. We need better performance, less pay, centralized replay assist. Like, basically the tack that the teams have all year. Now the league has that tack now that it's a contract dispute. And the other thing I would say is I think that the league is offering 6%. They want 10% raise. Maybe my math is off, whatever. It doesn't really matter. I'd love to figure out the total money we're talking about for a league that's generating, you know, billions of dollars. Like, if this is such an important issue, the integrity of the game and top-notch officials, who gives a crap whether it's 6%, 8%, or 10% for the official salaries? Now, that may be easy for me to say. It's not my money. But you can't defend these guys, talk about how great they're doing, and then undermine them in the offseason when it comes to a money matter and say, you know, they need to be better. Which one is it? Either they're good or they're not good. And so the league is speaking out of both sides of his mouth with the officials.
All right, Schefter, drum roll. Is A.J. Brown getting traded?
What's your latest?
Where's
your percentage?
What's your latest?
Again, I think that my favorite scenario would be traded to New England post June 1. But I don't think that that's a given. I don't think it's a lock. And I don't know what's going to happen between now and then. I don't know whether New England's going to draft a wide receiver early on and punt on the A.J. Brown idea. I don't know whether the Philadelphia Eagles won't get a receiver in the draft or in free agency or whatever, and they'll feel like we need to have A.J. Brown. I don't know whether Steph Diggs will all of a sudden wind up back in New England, which would foil that. And the point is, it's April 1st. So we're basically 2 full months away. As we all know, a lot can and often does happen in 2 months. I think when we look at the scenarios right now, if we were to lay them out, A.J. Brown traded, A.J. Brown returning to Philadelphia, I would lean towards a trade. I've kind of gone back and forth with you guys between like 55 and 45% showing that I don't have a great feeling about either one is possible. I think a trade is probably a little bit more likely, but hardly a given. I think New England is going away, the one team that would be the most interested and the most likely to trade for him. But again, we're 2 months away with a full draft ahead, and there's still a lot that can happen.
All right, Schefty. We
Thanks,
appreciate
Adam.
the time. Have a safe trip wherever you are. Where are we heading today, Schefty?
How was TSA?
We're zero issues, went right through. Well, of course, I got to the airport at 4 a.m, so, I mean, it's nice and early here in Phoenix.
Oh, Phoenix is awesome. Sky Harbor, baby.
Sky Harbor. I'm sitting in Sky Harbor as we speak right now.
There you go.
All right, we'll have a safe trip back, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thank you, guys.
Adam Schefter from ESPN, not making much of the story. All right, great fodder for us. Hey, I appreciate it on a Wednesday before I leave for vacation next week. I'll take the fodder. I do believe he's underselling it a little bit.
I think he's absolutely underselling it.
And this is why, John, we talk about this, and this is nothing. This is no disrespect to Adam Schefter.
No.
Or any national media member.
Correct.
We live it a lot differently. Tim McManus lives it a lot differently.
Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler. You know what I do? I run into Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler in the press box, down in the locker room area at Lincoln Financial Field.
Yeah.
Adam is not here. Adam covers the whole league, and he does it really, really well. It's a different animal. And I was talking to Real Mama Eagle a little bit on this story. This isn't a made-up story. This is a well-sourced, well-documented piece.
Yeah, we got to get away from that.
I mean, stop it with the look, I'm not saying that he's the only quarterback that's ever gone rogue. And yes, you get more interest and more clicks when it's Jalen Hurts. But as I asked Adam Schefter, and he answered, it is in the last play of games. Jalen Hurts, go back and watch the last play of the Green Bay game. It was a stupid
a bad
play call for him and AJ to go rogue and to go with a deep ball down to the 2-yard line. It was a stupid play that almost cost them the game with Green Bay with no timeouts. That's something that was covered up by Nick Sirianni. And we now know it again. 2 of the last 3 years, Nick Sirianni has fallen on the sword for AJ Brown and Jalen Hurts going rogue.
Even though this time you caught him on camera screaming why.
At the end of a game, those 2 guys decided to do something on their own, ignoring a play call, and do something, and they went with low percentage plays both times. And that is not something. And if it was something that happened often, it would also get out. It wouldn't get as many clicks if it was in Jacksonville, but it would be something that would get out.
You know what's amazing? This is still
it's so dumb.
The most successful 5-year stretch in Eagles franchise history. Isn't that amazing?
It is.
Like, they won a Super Bowl. They've been to 2. They've won the division back-to-back years, breaking the 20-plus year streak of no back-to-back winners in the NL East, NFC East. Like, this is the most successful 5-year stretch in the history of the Philadelphia Eagles franchise, and yet it seems like there's something every day that might break it.
You remember that whole conversation where I said the Eagles can't exist without drama?
Yeah, you're right, dude.
Always have been, always will be.
It's amazing, and yet they win.
Right.
And I'm expecting another good season this year.
That's my biggest takeaway from what Adam Schefter basically just told us is just overall league perspective on the gravity of this story is not as big as it feels us here.
Yeah, but we know more here. It's like the Phillies, the national. Why are you counting the Phillies out? Look at this lineup, and then you go, Have you seen the lineup?
Right, but there's 2 sides to look at this. There's the side that we have to look at in the positions that we're in, and as fans of the Philadelphia Eagles, you should look at it this way. But there's also the NFL perspective of, bro, you guys are still the Eagles, and you're still really talented, and you still win a lot and stuff. So you have to balance that, and I think that's why it's good to get to hear from Schefter.
It is.
By the way, speaking of the Phillies lineup, JT, another 0 for 3 tonight. Sheesh.
Yeah, he's just saving it for October. Smart.
I told you.
Yeah, he's
tried to tell you.
Saving it for October. 1 for 12. Oh, yeah, baby. Wake me up when October
Can we have
comes.
new initials? Because we need new initials for JT.
It's Jacob Tyler right now, man.
Can we know for BCIB? We need we're WCIB?
No.
WBIB?
No. But he hasn't had a good start.
All right, coming up next.
Terrible to play.
A lot of the responses are on social media.
WCBIB?
A lot of the responses on social media is the A.J. Brown story's dried up, so they had to find something to talk about.
Yes.
Well, the A.J. Brown story did not dry up yesterday. We give you an update. Jeff McClain had an interesting piece yesterday on A.J. Brown, and then we get a lot of your reactions on the Davis Honda text line about all of this, because if you're angry about it, feel free to voice your frustration. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, tomorrow? No, today's Wednesday. I wish. Friday. I'll be hanging out with you if you care to join me. Friday, April 3rd, Giovanni's Falafel Bar and Grill on Chestnut Street in Center City. All those things sound amazing to me. Falafel, bar, grill, Chestnut Street, Center City. Like, I love everything about that. Can't wait to go to this place. I'll be there from 6 to 8 for our Corona Sixers pregame party, getting you ready for tip-off the right way. And you know what? When they win tonight, it's going to make Friday that much more exciting. Plus, one lucky fan will be walking away with a pair of tickets to an upcoming Sixers home game, and that could be you. And don't forget, we're running out of time. Regular season's almost over. These are the last 2 Corona Sixers events that we have. I'm going to be at Giovanni's on Friday. Connor Thomas will be filling in for me Saturday, April 4th from 6 to 8 at Timeout Skipback on Skipback Pike, where you can enjoy $4 Corona family bottles and one last Corona Sixers pregame party. Don't miss it. This Friday, April 3rd, 6 to 8 at Giovanni's Falafel Bar, and then Saturday, 6 to 8 at Timeout Skipback with Connor. It's the Corona Fanatic Sixers pregame party. We'll see you there. You got to be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
Now, on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Painter makes a masterpiece. You see what I did there? I'm Connor Thomas. And Andrew Painter dazzled in his MLB debut last night as the Phillies took down the Nationals 3-2. He went 5 1/3 innings scoreless. He did end up with an earned run on the box score with a runner that scored after he left the game. 8 strikeouts as well in his debut. This was his first career Major League strikeout on NBC Sports Philadelphia.
And the 1-2 again. Swing and a miss. He got him. His first Major League strikeout. It comes on a curveball, and there's one away here in the first inning.
Got some offensive help as well. Kyle Schwarber and Adolis Garcia both went yard in the win. The Phils go for the series win against the Nats today, 105. Christopher Sanchez faces Cade Cavalli. The Flyers fell to the Capitals 6-4 last night in Porter Martone's debut. They tried to mount a comeback after going down early, could not get the job done. They'll play the Red Wings tomorrow. The Sixers are in Washington facing the Wizards tonight at 7 p.m., trying to find a way out of the play-in tournament spots in the standings. You can hear that game live here on 97.5 The Fanatic, and we're going to continue to react to Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler's deep dive on Jalen Hurts. That article detailing a lot of issues there in the Eagles locker room. So we'll get into that as the show continues. This update's brought to you by Positive Coaching Alliance. Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit, develops better athletes and better people through sports. Info at positivecoach.org. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
something. I may give them a hard time, but they're really not that bad. At least most of the time. Now let's listen to more Kincade and Salciunas before I change my mind.
All right, real quick, I want to address something because there's a lot of people that are, you know the reaction is going to be the reaction. There's going to be people that are over the top saying, get this clown off my team, which that's ridiculous. Like,
absolutely absurd.
Like, there are a lot of fans in this city that do not show the respect of what Jalen Hurts has been able to accomplish, and they seem like just like arrogant about it. Like Jalen Hurts has provided more to this city from a football standpoint than any other quarterback in the history of the Eagles franchise. Going to a Super Bowl and winning one and losing one. Going to 2 Super Bowls.
I said to you, I think McNabb is could be the most disrespected athlete that we've ever had.
Yes, I agree.
But Jalen's close from a lot of the critique.
Yeah.
He's close.
The over-the-top critique. Now, there's also the complete opposite side, and that's life at this point. It's, my way or the highway. There's a lot of people that are saying the story's made up, that none of these things are true.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Or that we're not talking enough about the line where it says he is open to change, more open to change than ever before. So let me address that. The story made it very clear that he was not open to change last year.
Yes.
All right?
Very clear.
And according to the story, Patullo, who we ripped to shreds, and I still don't think the hire was remotely smart by the Eagles to hire a guy that had never done it before when you have this Lamborghini of an offense.
It was an atrocious hire.
It was a bad hire. But apparently Patullo wanted to try some things, and Jalen was resistant to trying it. So there are people that are going to look for any positive in this article because they're the pro Jalen Hurts fan club.
Okay.
And they say, well, look, he's open to change. Well, then why wasn't he last year?
Yes. That's so now he's open to change? Now, okay, bravo, dude. Bravo.
He should be open to change because last year sucked.
And more importantly, don't talk about it. Show me. Just show me. Show me that you're open to it. Show me that we see change in the offense.
And I'm hoping that he does.
And by the way, I am the person telling you, I don't want to see Jalen go anywhere. I do not want them to get back in the quarterback market. I know you can win with Jalen Hurts. I've already seen him on the biggest stage, so I want Jalen here. But I also want Jalen that's coachable. I also want Jalen that's not a Lane Johnson. So Lane Johnson making up stories when he goes on the Dan Patrick show and says that Jalen got talked to by his teammates and told to be more.
Brandon Graham.
Is Brandon Graham making up stories? They're not making up stories, folks. They're telling you what's going on. You don't want to believe what is going on. These guys aren't making up stories. And by the way, Tim McManus isn't either. And Jeremy Fowler isn't either. Because if they went into the Eagles locker room and made up these stories, they would be confronted. And they'd be confronted by the organization. It doesn't happen like that. Yeah. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's not made up.
I love that he's open to change more than ever before.
I'm thrilled. That's great.
That's good.
That's great.
But it also tells you that he was not last year. And if he was not last year, then why are we letting him off the hook for last year? When we talked about for months that the offense would be the reason why they did not win anything. And what happened? The offense was the reason why they did not win that game against the San Francisco 49ers.
And why would a coach's son not be coachable? That's to me is
if he doesn't agree with the coaching.
Okay, but that's not it. That's bad.
Could be.
Yeah, that's not good. So
could be.
That's just not. You can't do that.
No, I hear
you can't do that. Again, if you disagreed, if the bosses here of our show told us things and you and Connor disagreed and you decided to mail it in. You aren't gonna do things. You're gonna disagree. You're gonna go rogue. You're gonna do your own things and stuff like that. You didn't give a damn about the other people that work on the show. That's unacceptable. Oh, I'm not gonna try tomorrow. I'm not gonna give my full effort. Can't do that stuff. I don't care if somebody's frustrated.
I think tomorrow's gonna be a big union day. On the show. What do you guys think?
You're really pushing it.
4
today.
hours of union coverage tomorrow?
You're really pushing it.
All right, Jeff McClain, he had an article too because people were saying, "Oh, this is only coming out because the A.J. Brown died down."
Yeah.
Well, Jeff had a little update. Here's a quote from his story. The Eagles did little to quell a growing sense from league insiders that an A.J. Brown trade has become more of an inevitability than an uncertainty. Les Snead confirmed that there were talks.
Absolutely.
Mike Vrabel confirmed that there were talks. Jeff McClain mentions in his story that A.J. Brown's exit is seemingly only a matter of when. So there's your update. Adam Schefter just last segment leaning toward he's traded. It's June 1st, right? Now until June 1st, anything that pops up is just like little updated nuggets. It's not going to happen because it seems like Howie would rather not deal with the monster cap hit, would rather have the draft capital for future drafts.
And I asked you earlier, does he want the future draft capital talking point? Because he wants to make sure that he is loaded up. What if it was a prove-it year for the best quarterback draft reportedly in a decade next year? Numerous number one picks, numerous setup. I mean, it has to be discussed. Could it be? Could it be?
It could be. Absolutely could be. By the way, Brandon on our on Twitter, and I hope you're listening. I'm trying to respond to as many people on social media as possible. Andrew, I listen every morning. So hopefully, Brandon.
Thank you, Brandon.
Brandon,
we appreciate
just respond with a thumbs up emoji if you do hear it. All right, so that I'm not constantly tweeting back and forth. Andrew, I listen every morning, but you haven't mentioned once what exactly he was unwilling to adjust to. You yourself have admitted on the airwaves that the offense was stale. Do we expect the quarterback to take unnecessary risks when the route combinations weren't producing spacing? Here's the deal. What if the offense was stale because Jalen didn't want to try certain things? He did not want to go under center because he himself does not like turning his back to the defense. Okay, that's his preference.
That is his preference.
That's his preference. He does not like turning his back to the defense, and he is not a fan of pre-snap motion. Now, I do believe pre-snap motion. I'm not a quarterback in the NFL, but I would imagine that's a helpful tool to be able to figure out right away, are they in man coverage? And, oh, by the way, it keeps the defense guessing.
And, by the way, get used to it if you don't like it because you're going to see it now.
Exactly. That's why you bring in Sean Mannion. If they wanted to stick with what Jalen wants, they would not have hired Sean Mannion. They would not have hired a guy that's also unproven but is being talked about as like this next big thing. So, Brant, to answer your question, the offense may have been stale because it's what Jalen wanted. And defenses figured that out.
Yes.
Lane Johnson talked about the offense being predictable in like week 5.
And he stopped talking because for a reason. The reason was he was going to stop talking because it wasn't going to be productive and he was going to end up saying something that was going to end up being a problem.
Yeah.
So he stopped talking about it.
Now, I don't know the unnecessary risks that he's talking about. There were open plays that he did not take because Jalen does have a comfort with certain things. And I do believe that part of it is Nick Sirianni's doing. Nick Sirianni loves winning the turnover battle. So I do believe there's sometimes the Nick Sirianni be overly careful is in the back of mind of Jalen Hurts.
And by the way, I'm one of the people that I will raise my hand. I sort of really like that.
I hate it.
And you and I, we differ on that. I love because it's an overwhelming stat that I cannot get past. And I'm a stat head on that. It's an overwhelming stat that I will not ignore, that winning that turnover battle, it's like one of the number one determinants of victory in the NFL.
When your ground game is elite, it works. When your ground game last year, not elite, you gotta take shots.
Yeah, no.
I get you. Calling to first downs.
Look, I want more than we saw last year.
Yeah,
so I'm not in any way telling you that I disagree with you.
Last year was they were very, very careful.
Last year was so bad.
Last year. All right, what do we have on the Davis Honda text line? Feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington. Today's been a day where there's been a lot to react to, whether you believe in the story or not. I think that's crazy. But there's a lot to react to. What do we got, Connor?
Sean in Newtown has a clarifying question for you guys. He says, just curious, the McManus article aside, how would you guys define going rogue versus just audibling? Is it more than just the frequency with which a quarterback changes the play?
How about this? Last play of the game, I'm going to tell you this, and next time we can't get Matt Ryan on because he's now running a franchise. Last play of the game, I'm telling you this, quarterbacks do not go rogue. Like you're not audibling out of the last. There was a timeout before in Seattle. You're not the last play of the game. You're not audibling out.
Yeah, it's a make or break play. Like you need to be on the same page.
There's when they call a timeout, it's not We're calling a timeout. They're calling a play. They're not saying you get to decide what you want to do at that point. And no, it was not. And when Devontae Smith walks off the field and is asked, what happened on that last play? He said, ask 1 and 11. That's all you need to know. Ask 1 and 11. Because the play was called for something else to happen, and they went and did their own thing.
Now, look, in fairness, we celebrate it when it goes well.
But they went with a low percentage bad call.
Yeah. Here would be the biggest difference because they may have gotten a different look. Like, I'm not saying this situation, but you get a different look. You can change the play. I trust Jalen to do that. But when in this article, you've got sources saying they're putting in concepts that haven't been installed.
When the coach says
that is going
But
rogue.
Connor, when the coach says why to the texter, when the coach on camera says why, you know that they didn't either have permission or he's like, why did you call that stupid play?
I know. That instance, you're right. I'm just saying the last play of the game, you can still audible. But I think the important part is like stuff you didn't have installed that you're going to. That's going rogue.
That's going rogue.
Coming up next, more on this Jalen Hurts story. There was a part in it that Connor caught that we want to bring up coming up next. It's a big one.
Good catch, too.
So we'll get that next. It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, let's check that FanDuel Sportsbook app, shall we? If you bet the Phillies yesterday, congratulations, you're a winner. I know Johnny Marks called it a shoebox bet.
He bet the kids' college fund.
Shoebox bet,
Seriously,
man.
the girls are not going to college if they lost.
In a one-run win over the Nationals. Anyways, baseball fans, FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is giving you a chance to call your shot with daily dingers. Oh, it's great. Joining the action's easy. Just make your free pick on who's hitting a home run in their game. And if you're right, you'll get a profit boost to use on your next bet for a chance at extra winnings. It's just another reason why FanDuel is the home of home runs. Said yesterday a Kyle Schwarber home run would be a nice bet to make because of the weather. And Kyle Schwarber did indeed go yard yesterday. So maybe you continue to look at Kyle Schwarber home runs. Or maybe now that, as Bill Colarulo calls him, Adolis the Swolus, now that he hit his first home run as a member of the Phillies yesterday, maybe you want to jump on that action. Head over to FanDuel.com/local to opt in for daily dingers and make your free pick on who's hitting homer. FanDuel, an official partner of Major League Baseball. You got to be 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as knowledgeable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the city that demands the
guessed it, with me, John Marks. That's coming up at 10 o'clock. Let's get back to more of Kincade and Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Well, you just heard the voice of Johnny Marks. Middays with Marks comes your way at 10 o'clock, and the co-author of the article that dropped with Tim McManus, Jeremy Fowler, will be joining their program today at 11. So make sure you're listening, because Jeremy Fowler was, he was a big part of this article that came out, and we heard Schefter when he joined us say, look, there are some things that I have not heard yet. Those guys were the ones doing the work. So
yes.
Make sure you're listening at 11, because Jeremy Fowler, a lot of it's word, and you could read the way you read. What's the tone in your voice when you're reading this article, right? Does Jeremy Fowler say, yeah, it's really not that big of a deal, everybody's happy? Or does Jeremy Fowler say, yeah, it was really, really, really tense, and this is a big year for Jalen Hurts?
Is it tense? Exactly. That's the way to do it, and it'll be great. Middays with Marks today. That'll be fun.
And Jason Martinez will be in studio today with
Merton.
Johnny Marks. Sean Brace on vacation this week, so Jason Martinez will be in studio.
Boy, Mert in the house.
Love it. All right, Connor, what was the part of the article that caught your eye? We've been reading a bunch of quotes,
Great
a bunch of
catch, too,
blurbs,
by the way.
and you caught a big one.
Yeah, so talking about the time going into training camp this last year, remember, they win the Super Bowl. They're going into their title defense season. In the article, it said, beneath the public excitement surrounding the team was an uneasy undercurrent for some internally. A team source at that time described the state of affairs as a quote-unquote disaster and indicated Hurts was part of the issue, noting that whatever personality traits had rubbed people the wrong way before had grown since the championship win.
So what is that? Is that I don't remember Jalen doing some big media tour and like, look, I didn't talk to Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts walk around like nobody can touch me. Like I'm the best.
Well, Jalen being aloof has followed him since Alabama. Like the coach's son, the super cerebral. He takes it to a whole new level of intensity.
Like what I wanted, like when Jeremy Fowler's on with Middays today, like what happened from February, what would it be, 9th? February 9th of 2025 to training camp. Like what happened?
Here's where we can piece together the puzzle, right? What was the style of the offense that year? It was the contentious relationship at times, tense, as it was quoted in the story, with Kellen Moore. And Jalen Hurts, we remember the game against Pittsburgh, so that's what y'all wanted to see, right? So he was fighting against the criticism that the offense needs to be more pass-heavy. We can win playing this style, which was him pushing back on Kellen Moore, saying, hey, we do things this way for me.
Yeah.
And you now win a Super Bowl. So I imagine what that means is in the offseason, he becomes more entrenched in the idea of, I do it the way that I want to do it. And he is less receptive to anything that wants to change that.
And there were articles and reporters saying that Jalen was a lot more involved last year going into the season.
Remember the quote was, if I'm paraphrasing, the offense is going to look the way I want it to look. Wasn't that?
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but that was close to what it was. The offense is going to look the way I want it to look.
Now, here's the thing. Jalen might be right. Like, there's no guarantee that the Jeffrey Lurie, Howie Roseman, we want to throw the ball like crazy, modern offense, Sean Mannion is the best way for this team to win. Like, Jalen Hurts has gone to 2 Super Bowls and won 1.
Absolutely.
But the problem is, not everybody wants to run that kind of offense. Exhibit A, number 11. So it became a bit of an issue.
Yeah, and because it's not the way that AJ wanted it to be.
Exactly.
I just wonder, what was this beneath the surface like? What was the word that they used? Uncomfortable?
So uneasy undercurrent for some internally.
The uneasy undercurrent.
Where did they know this season was going to be a disaster before anybody?
No, it's just like if you're going to dig your feet in and say you don't want to do other stuff, i.e. I'm not running the football as much maybe, and we're just putting together, reading tea leaves here. My thought process, if I'm in that locker room and I disagree, is, hey, it better damn well work, bro. Because if it doesn't, it's on you.
And by the way, with the A.J. Brown stuff, it could be exhausting if you're A.J. Brown, to be dealing with this.
Sure.
It could be exhausting.
Nobody's disagreed with this frustration.
No, not at all. How you deal with your frustration at work,
sure,
that's a whole nother issue. And I do disagree with that.
All
but,
right.
Hey.
All right. Let's check the poll of the day. Dr. Avidan Appel, shout out to him. Helps keep the poll strong. 4 hours every morning, 4 hours in the afternoon. Iron Mountain Men's Health. They do what they do best. What's our poll looking like right now, Connor?
Our question, are you okay with the Eagles setting up a prove-it year for Jalen Hurts in 2026? 76% of responders are saying yes, only 24% saying no.
And the 24% are very angry. Very angry. I could just read some of my reply. I'm somehow the devil.
Yeah. I'm glad people are realizing.
Well, they're finally coming around to it. I mean, seriously. What do you
I get it. If you feel a certain type of way, you're going to stretch things. I go back to the tweet from Brandon. You talked about the offense being stale. What did you want from him? Well, if the reason the offense was stale was because it's what he wanted to do, then
because he wanted it to be stale.
Well, he didn't want it to be stale. He wanted
it to be his rudimentary offense,
which became stale. And so if that's the case, then that is on Jalen. So for everybody that it's like, you guys aren't making enough of he's willing to change. I'm glad he's willing to change because he needed to. This offense, the offense that we saw last year, it can't be carried over into this year. And the offense that we saw in 2024 that won the Super Bowl, you can't expect that again.
You know what? Let me give him the golf clap. You know what I needed him to be willing to change? Last October, when last season could have been salvaged, but he wasn't. There's your golf clap. Thanks for being willing to change.
Look, I'm glad that
willing to change. That's great.
I'm glad that he's willing to change.
That's great.
But there are a lot of people that are getting hung up on that. Like that's the biggest part of the story. It's like, no, the fact that he's willing to change is because he needs to change.
He's willing to change. That's just great. And thank you, Jalen.
And guys, if Saquon Barkley doesn't have the greatest season of his life, they might not have won the Super Bowl.
Well, I don't want to do that.
Thank you for being willing to change.
Yeah, you're right.
Look, the offense was predictable in 2024 too, right? But it was try and stop us.
You're right.
Last year was predictable, and it was, oh my God, they're stopping us.
But I don't want to put that narrative because that to me feels like it taints a route run to the Super Bowl. Let's just look where we're at.
And
now.
Jalen played really well in the title game.
Yeah,
and the Super Bowl.
Thank you for being willing to change. We really appreciate you.
Coming up next, we'll reset this all. If you missed it, we got some nuggets from the story from Tim McManus. You'll hear his video, his report that he did on ESPN.com. We'll do that to start the 9 o'clock hour, and we get more of your reaction to it. Big day. This is going to carry the rest of the day here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A great night for the Rook. I'm Connor Thomas, and Andrew Painter dazzled in his MLB debut last night as the Phillies beat the Nationals 3-2. Painter threw 5 1/3 gem innings. He did end up with an earned run with a runner that he left on when he was lifted in the game, but he had 8 strikeouts and looked dominant. Got a great ovation as a result.
Here comes Rob Thompson.
I'm going to stand up and cheer for this one.
Fans are already coming to their feet. 5 1/3 scoreless innings for Painter. 84 pitches. Wow, what a roar from the crowd.
Great audio from NBC Sports Philadelphia there. The crowd also roared for Schwarber, Garcia, both going yard in the win. The Phils will go for the series win against the Nats today at 1:05 p.m. Christopher Sanchez faces Cade Cavalli. The Flyers fell to the Capitals 6-4 last night in Porter Martone's debut. They tried to mount a comeback after going down early. Unfortunately, came up a little short there. They'll play the Red Wings tomorrow. Sixers are in Washington facing the Wizards tonight in 7 p.m. tip-off. They're trying to push out of the play-in tournament. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And we're going to keep reacting to this Tell-All Jalen Hurts article on the changes needed in the Eagles' offensive scheme. This update is brought to you by Comer & Cross. A Comer & Cross garage floor is like pulling into a new car showroom every night. Get a free estimate by calling 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or at comercross.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
will. But first, let's hear what they got into earlier today on Kincade and Salciunas.
Yesterday was debut day, both Andrew Painter and Porter Martone. Andrew Painter did yesterday in his major league debut, 5 1/3 innings, just 4 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts. I don't care that it was the Nationals. The Nationals scored 13 runs against you. Good for Andrew Painter, man. That's a great start.
I really enjoyed watching Andrew Painter. First of all, the 84 pitches was great because I thought it was still pretty efficient. And with the strikeouts, that to me is impressive. And he appears very calm.
We also had a Flyers debut. Unfortunately, Flyers lose yesterday, but Johnny, we got to watch the debut of one Porter Martone.
There's going to be opportunities for him as the talent on the offensive front of the Flyers develops. He's going to have opportunities because the kid's got a great shot. He got a couple off last night that looked like good opportunities. One right down the slot that I thought was going to have an opportunity to be his first goal in the NHL, which is great. And they did put him with Travis Konechny, which I thought was a good thing because they had some familiarity with each other. He fit right in.
You see a video on ESPN.com, and the title of the video is Jalen Hurts and the Eagles at a crossroads.
Of all the things you heard, what grabbed you the most?
The reluctance to try new things and calling plays that have not been installed. They also say they were going to try to diversify the offense, and he was reluctant to. Now, that's a Jalen Hurts problem.
What do we always hear about Jalen Hurts? Coach's son, coach's son.
Yes.
Not always coachable. This is not the first time that we've heard Jalen Hurts not always coachable. To me, that's a problem. I don't want to hear that you're a coach's son, that you're uncoachable, or you're reluctant to coaching.
Now back to the show.
Yeah, poor Andrew Painter and Porter Martone. We started the show reacting to their debuts. Phillies get the win yesterday. Andrew Painter gets the dub in his first major league start. Strikes out 8, walks 1 earned run, 5 1/3, gets the standing ovation as he walks off the field. We had the audio for it ready. Well, we should still play it. Here's how it sounded on NBC Sports Philadelphia when Andrew Painter exited the game after his first official start in Major Leagues.
I guess that's it.
Yeah, here comes Rob Thompson.
I'm going to stand up and cheer for this one.
Fans are already coming to their feet. It's a capacity crowd here at Citizens Bank Park. 5 1/3 scoreless innings for Painter. 84 pitches. Rob, a little pat. That'll do it. It's our Nissan call to the pen. Wow, what a roar from the crowd. Soak it in, everybody. You don't get this every day in a Major League debut. Andrew Painter is done, but it's just the beginning.
That was beautiful.
That was beautiful.
And the Flyers had Porter Martone on the ice yesterday. They lose, but as we've pointed out, everything else went the Flyers' way yesterday.
It did. Every game that they needed to go their way that would have really helped them to make the playoffs did. So they didn't lose any ground, but that was just they played their worst defensive game in 4 weeks last night.
Yeah,
and it was not a good game.
Rough time for it.
And Dan Vladar did not have a Dan Vladar level game last night.
No, I hope you took the over. If you did bet, Flyers lose to the Caps 6-4.
I did not, by the way.
And we're talking about we mentioned the Sixers tonight too. Sixers have a big game against the Wizards, and then the article drops, and it's all about Jalen Hurts and sort of the turmoil that took place last year. And more people are awake now. More people have read the article. More people have had time to react to it. And as you can imagine, Jalen Hurts being a polarizing figure, there's people all over the place with this. Angry that's being talked about, or people that are going way over the top saying, get rid of this bum, which I think that's ridiculous. There is a world. John, I'm gonna close my eyes. It's the Corpalese kindler, gentler time.
Okay.
There was a time, John.
Corpalese.
Where we could get a story like this and just talk about it.
Okay.
Like, yeah, you know what? Jalen does need to improve on this, but it's not the end of the world that this happened. Instead, because of society, it's either this article is fake, we hate you for talking about it, Jalen Hurts is the best thing ever, or the other side is Jalen Hurts stinks, none of the success is because of him, just find the next guy.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, we can't find a middle freaking ground. And that bothers me, but it leads to a lot of debate, and it leads to a lot of great sports talk, I guess, Johnny.
It does. It's just the idea is, again, you can always tell, and again, I'm trying to be as honest as possible with people. You can tell when people discuss things that have never been in a locker room. They don't understand. These reporters are not making stuff up. If they made stuff like A.J. Brown, if they were making up stories on A.J. Brown would confront them. Or the Eagles would say, these are made up stories. Or A.J. Brown's camp would say, these are made up stories. Or Jalen Hurts would come out and say, we're discounting this. This didn't happen. Or the Eagles would say, this never happened. Or the reporters would get their credentials revoked. That's how it works. You don't just make up stories. This stuff isn't being made up. People don't want to believe stuff, and then they just decide to say, people who have 10, 20-year careers in covering the NFL, yeah, they're out there making up stories. No, they're not. They're not.
Well, one of the things we're wondering, are the Eagles quietly setting up a prove-it year for Jalen Hurts? So earlier this week, let's play the clip from Derek Gunn, and then we'll play Tim McManus's report. Earlier this week, D. Gunn joined us, and toward the end, I kind of just wanted to ask one more question. And I said, hey, by the way, Derek, are the Eagles and Jalen Hurts at all working on a contract extension?
No. I don't think he'll get this contract extension in 2026. I think the Eagles are going to look closely at how he adapts to this new offense, and I think then they're going to make a determination in terms of what they want to do with Jalen beyond the season. But I don't think an extension is in the works this offseason heading into the 2026 season. And I don't blame them. When you're talking about the money that quarterbacks make nowadays and how it eats up such a significant part of the cap, you have to be very strategic in terms of what you're going to do, who you're going to do it with. Let's face it, Jalen didn't have the best of years in 2025. I don't like to use the word a prove-it year because he's proven he can play at a high level in 2 Super Bowls and being a Super Bowl MVP. But I think in terms of consistency, the Eagles have some concerns about his consistency when you base it on what we saw of him in 2025. So, no, I don't think he's getting that extension anytime soon.
And we were wondering, like, whoa.
I like that. No.
Yeah, he just straight up said no.
Right.
And so our question for you today, it's 610-632-0975. Again, sorry to Porter Martone and Andrew Painter. Are the Eagles quietly setting up a prove-it year for Jalen Hurts? This was Tim McManus on ESPN.com with the audio version, his audio book of the story that dropped this morning with him and Jeremy Fowler.
Jalen Hurts is a Super Bowl MVP, a 3-time Pro Bowler, and one of the winningest quarterbacks of his era. But heading into the 2026 season, Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles are at a crossroads. The passing game has been subpar for more than 2 years, despite having the most expensive offensive roster in football, with a cash value of over $195 million, featuring star receivers A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Brown's frustrations have been well documented and could lead to him being traded this offseason. But he's not the only one who has felt boxed in. While there is plenty of blame to go around, sources say Hurts has pushed back on changes that would diversify the offense and goes off script from the game plan, at times switching 2 plays that haven't even been installed. One team source described Hurts as, quote, not always coachable, and the players notice. Hurts has been able to block out the distractions, a quality that comes in especially handy in a rabid sports town like Philly. But the hard shell can also make him difficult to communicate with. Teammates and staff members have urged him to do a better job at connecting with players and coaches, an area Hurts has shown progress in despite his introverted nature. On the flip side, Hurts' steady, if rigid, vision has been a stabilizing force through constant turnover at offensive coordinator. Sean Mannion will be his 6th play caller since entering the league in 2020. The Eagles expect to reshape the offense yet again next season, this time with a Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay style system, the most dramatic overhaul yet under coach Nick Sirianni. It will lean heavily into under center play action and motion, 2 areas the Eagles haven't majored in, due in part, sources said, to Hurts' reluctance. But one team source says that Hurts is, quote, as open as he's ever been to changes. The offense has relied heavily on Saquon Barkley and the ground game, and the organization believes it has to evolve. The direction is set. Now it's up to Hurts to lead the way.
Now, again, it's great that he's open to change.
Correct.
And the thing that a lot of people are upset about on social media is that, well, you guys are making such a big deal about everything. The first, 80 pages of the article, but it's the last page of the article that you're not making much of. He should be willing to change.
And I wish it had happened last October. That'd be great if he had been open to it last October. That would have been wonderful. We could have saved last year. Could have had a better year last year. Am I supposed to applaud somebody for doing what they should do? Is that worthy of a? Is that worthy of an ovation?
Not an ovation, but I think it's something that we shouldn't take for granted.
Yeah, because there's guys that are anti-change, but my big thing is because people are so caught up on we're so programmed that that Kevin Patullo sucked, right?
Oh, no question.
We're and I still believe that he did, but we're programmed to it. So the offense sucked last year because of Kevin Patullo. What people need to realize is the offense was what they wanted it to be in 2024 as well, right? They wanted 2024 to carry over to 2025, run the ball. In 2024, they were so good up front. Andrew DeCecco brought it up every week with us. The gaping holes that Saquon Barkley had. What Saquon Barkley did in the second level of the defense was what made his season so exceptional. But at the beginning, that front line, it was the offensive line creating the hole. They never really created holes last year. They could have made adjustments.
The injury's a big part of that.
Yeah, and they could have made adjustments, and they didn't. The one game where they tried something different, what happened?
Well, you turned the ball over about 17,000 times.
Hurts threw 4 interceptions that game. And so they quickly realized, all right, this isn't going to work. Let's just hope that we find lightning in a bottle. Let's do the week 18. Let's take the week off, and let's hope that bodies are healthy enough for the playoff game because we're not changing anything now. They're going to change things now because, A, they hired the guy to do it. B, they have to because you can't go into a season with the third straight year of the same offense. That's not going to go well. And Jalen has to be willing to change. Not willing to change, has to be. So, I know that people are angry or they're celebrating that he's willing to change. It needs to happen, period. All right, what do we got on the Davis Honda text line? Feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington. You can text the show. You can leave a voice memo as well, 610-632-0975. And don't forget, coming up at 11 o'clock, Tim McManus co-wrote that article with Jeremy Fowler of ESPN. Jeremy Fowler will join Middays with Marks at 11. What do we got?
Jeff from D.C. checks in, and he says, here's my favorite part of the story. Quote, if you look closely at Hurts' career, he's at his best when he has something to prove, end quote. A prove-it year for Jalen Hurts? Sign me up and see you on Broad Street.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. And I'm really being honest with you. I don't understand it. I don't understand in a champion's mentality of getting to a Super Bowl and then the big drop-off, and then getting to a Super Bowl and then the big drop-off, and then the prove it. I need to prove it to get me to do. I don't get the mentality. I just don't.
Oh, I do entirely. You do something that works, you believe it's going to work again. It's a tough balance in the NFL, right? There's so much parity in the league year to year. We saw it just this year. Seahawks, Patriots, Super Bowl. Who in the world saw that coming?
Nobody was calling for it, I can tell you that.
So it's a really tricky line to toe. You've got the competing schools of thought of the league adjusts very quickly, and if you don't make the adjustment, you're behind the 8 ball.
Okay.
Versus if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Are we going to go away from something that worked and cause more problems for ourselves when we have a formula that works? That's why they get paid the big bucks, because I don't know the answer to that question, and year to year, the answer could be different. That's why I think the mentality of the drop-off is understandable, because the Eagles won in dominant fashion last year. If I was in that room and they're like, we're going to try and do that again, it's a hard argument to make against it.
The problem is that you got to read the room, and you got to say, our offensive line was destroyed last year, and they were in a much better position to be able to pass block than run block. And you got to make those adjustments, which they weren't able to do. And you got to do things, and getting under center, things that the quarterback doesn't like to do, would have been a much better thing to do. There's a lot of things there's a lot of things that people do every day. There's guys driving to work that are hearing this conversation, and they're hearing about frustrations that Jalen may have or frustrations that AJ may have, and they're saying, "Dude, I'm a plumber. I'm a school teacher. I'm a union carpenter. There's a lot of crap I deal with at work every day that I don't want to do. And you know what I do? I go to work and I do it. And I don't want to just applaud somebody for doing the things that's required to do to be successful at work. I just don't relate to it. I really don't. I don't relate to it. Maybe it's because I didn't do this for a living till I was 33. So I just don't relate to it. I don't respect it. I can tell you that much. I don't respect that people who want to be applauded for doing basic things that are required to be successful in life, that think that that's applaudable.
Yeah, but I also understand that he realizes it worked and I was good at it, so let me try to continue it. Right? Like the whole if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But it was broken during the season. And remember, we had Kurt Warner on last year, and he said, guys, you're not going to completely install a whole new offense in the season. And so I do believe part of what happened last year, all right, you had a first-time ever offensive coordinator in Kevin Petullo. All right, we're gonna talk,
which was the first mistake.
Right. We're going to talk very smart here, all right? You had a first-time offensive coordinator in Kevin Petullo. So Kevin Petullo is probably leaning on his quarterback a little bit. Like, hey, what is it that you like to do? Let's figure this out together. Jalen then goes, well, we did just win the Super Bowl doing this. So let's further this. You had a head coach that after the 2022 season said to Jeff McClain, I don't believe in changing offenses. I believe in, getting better at what we already do well, which I thought was a horrific mistake to say publicly because defenses then go, all right, so we just have to try to figure out how to stop that. And once you do and you have no idea how to then pivot from that, then you're in trouble. So you have a head coach that's stuck in his beliefs. You have a quarterback that won playing in that way, and he's comfortable that way, right? The Jalen Hurts under center and pre-snap motion thing did not just pop up. He's probably always felt uncomfortable doing certain things, going back to his days at Bama and Oklahoma. So the first-time offensive coordinator, the head coach that's sometimes set in his ways, and the quarterback may have all come to an idea of this is what's going to work. And because it wasn't working, they weren't going to be able to find a way to change the offense because when they did that the 1 week, he was horrible.
I mean, he was horrendous. It was the worst game of his career.
Yeah.
Honestly.
So Sean Mannion's going to probably do a lot of different things this offseason to install them into the game plans throughout the course of the year. But we had Schefter on earlier today who does not expect it to be a complete overhaul. By the way, we'll play the 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter coming up in a little bit.
I'm very, it's just an incongruent way of thinking to me in any line of business, sports, maybe otherwise, that people who are unwilling or very begrudgingly willing to try to change things. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
I look, being uncomfortable with it, I totally understand that. Totally get that. But people who are like, yeah, he's not comfortable doing that. He doesn't like to do that. He'd rather prefer not to do that. Dude, it's not about you. It's a team. It's about the team. It's not about catering to you.
But if he's uncomfortable doing certain things, it starts with him.
Then he's got to get out of his own head, and you got to play grown-up boy, pull up your big boy pants, and learn how to do it and be better at it.
Yeah, but if he's not good at it, it's like saying, hey, Brandon Marsh needs you to hit lefties.
Yeah, but he
now.
doesn't want to try. He doesn't want to try and adapt. He doesn't want to try to get better at it. He wants to put up a wall where he's not good. I'm not good at that. I don't do it. Believe me. And I'm somebody who does that at home. I am somebody who doesn't like to fix things. Like you could say to me, John, you could fix that yourself. Yeah. And I'm somebody who goes, you'd say to me, John, you could pull up YouTube and you could do that and you could just fix that little thing in your plumbing yourself.
Sure.
I'd be like, Andrew, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I'm going to do that.
Now, in the article, he says he's willing more than ever now to make those changes. For every Jalen Hurts that takes some time for them to come to that conclusion, let's think about the last tell-all article that we got here in Philadelphia. There's Nick Castellanos that never changes it, buries his feet in the ground, and ends up getting kicked out.
And, oh, by the way, let's also say this. Maybe he's willing to change because he didn't like Petullo and he likes Mannion.
Also possible.
They won the Super Bowl, and 3 days later he goes, Yeah, that's going to be a new job for him. He may have seen the writing on the wall of Patullo from the beginning. Right? Like, that could be a whole other part of this story. He may have sit-downs with Manny and goes, all right, I'm willing to change because I believe this guy.
Great point. And you are absolutely, that could be one that's.
I still got my fastball.
That could be, that's seriously. That
72 tops.
That hit 72, 73, but it was still good. I'd still swing and miss. But.
You've had a boss before that's told you things and you're like.
But I get you. But you know what I did? I did what the boss asked me to do. And I didn't say no. I have had bosses in my business that are far less accomplished in their field than I've been. And I've done what my boss has asked me to do.
But you're a different breed. There are a lot of people that won't
because you know what?
do it.
Because you're part of a team.
Yeah, well, he's also the Super Bowl MVP. And as much as we've had success in this industry and we are where we are.
Okay, the Super Bowl MVP. Do we talk about that, though? We all agree. Are we all being honest?
I'm not talking about us.
We loved it. No, but the Super Bowl MVP. What was that Super Bowl about?
I'm talking about him.
I understand.
I'm talking about how he views himself.
That defense, though.
Yeah, the defense.
That defense won that Super Bowl, right? He was great in that Super Bowl.
Sure.
We all love it. He was great.
But he was the one on the Tron ride at Disney World.
Yeah, he
was.
was.
I think in that moment, while he was laying down, having the time of his life, that smile might have been, they can't tell me nothing now.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Team?
Good point, Connor.
What team?
Uh-huh.
I'm going to get mine.
Coachable.
Who's that? Oh, you say you love this movie.
What?
Team? What team? Nah, I'm going to get mine.
What is that? Remember the Titans?
Yes, Julius.
Julius, jeez.
Yes, it was after the practice.
Yeah, you picked like the 27th deep cut line from a movie.
That's a real deep cut line.
That's a great line.
That's
dude.
a deep cut line.
That was right before like the come to Jesus moment for everybody. You know?
We'll read the script
That's
coming
a
up
real
next.
deep cut line.
Julius and Bertier? Come on, man. I love that movie. All right, coming up next. 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. Schefter joined us earlier today. He had the chance to read the article before coming on. He pushed back on a lot of the things, or maybe did not think it was as big of a deal. So if your team, this isn't that big of a deal, then your team's Schefty. You'll hear that next. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
When you've been in business for 40 years, you're doing something right. And when you're helping people to prepare for retirement or to be able to deal with their financial planning, Dan White & Associates has been doing it really, really well for a long time. They help you find certainty in your financial future because finances, they're a difficult topic. And a lot of people don't like talking about money, but you should. And you want to stress test your retirement plan. If you're getting towards retirement, you want to know that you've been doing the right things. They're going to address your needs individually. And if you're a young couple and you're just starting out, you want to be able to buy that next house, pay for college educations, you can deal with the team at Dan White & Associates. Attend one of their educational seminars that they host throughout Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland. You can get a great meal, and you can be a passive listener. And then you can schedule your own complimentary, no-risk consultation where you can have that private conversation about your money. Again, 4 decades of being able to help people make right decisions with their money, get comfortable talking about money, they're doing a big service, and they can do it for you. Check out danwhiteandassociates.com and tell them John Kincade sent you.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Painter dominates in his debut. I'm Connor Thomas, and Andrew Painter was awesome in his Major League debut last night for the Phillies. They took down the Nationals 3-2, and Andy Painter went 5 1/3 innings scoreless. He didn't end up with an earned run in the box score as an inherited runner was allowed to score for him, but he had 8 strikeouts, 1 walk, and about as good as you could expect. Here's what the first career strikeout sounded like for him on NBC Sports Philadelphia.
And the 1-2 again. Swing and a miss. He got him. His first major league strikeout. It comes on a curveball, and there's one away here in the first inning.
Hopefully the first of many home runs for Adolis Garcia in a Phillies uniform. He hit his first last night. Kyle Schwarber hit his second. The Phils go for the series win against the Nats today at 105. Christopher Sanchez faces Cade Cavalli. Flyers lost to the Capitals 6-4 last night in Porter Martone's debut. They tried to mount a comeback. Unfortunately, couldn't get back to even. They play the Red Wings tomorrow. The Sixers are in Washington facing the Wizards tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And we'll continue to react to Tim McManus' deep dive on Jalen Hurts. Adam Schefter joined us earlier. The best 5 minutes. We'll play that for you coming up next. This update is brought to you by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has led inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at crohnscolitisfoundation.org. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
The final hour of Kincade and Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
I know this has not been an easy day for everybody, but there's been a lot to talk about, and we appreciate you being a part of the ride. I saw one of our commenters, Noel, on our YouTube chat. We mentioned him from time to time.
Cool name.
He goes, Andrew, you keep on saying sorry that you're talking about. You could literally just change the subject. I can't.
No, we can't.
Like, look, dude. Like,
let's talk about the.
I can't. Look, I would. I wish today was Andrew Painter Day.
Yeah, it'd be great.
But it's not. I still have a job to do. John still has a job to do. Connor still has a job to do. Now, before we do the 5 best minutes of Schefter, Dave Zangaro posted a quote. I just saw it now. It was yesterday that he posted it. The league meetings going on in Phoenix. Yesterday was the day drinking day for the head coaches.
They did.
And Sirianni was around and drinking. Remember, last year he was not around because there's a lot of talk about people don't like Nick Sirianni. So maybe
he joined the he did join the day drinking this year.
Yeah, maybe they broke bread.
Well, it's like the tush push.
No,
the Eagles win the Super Bowl. Nobody wants it.
They aren't breaking bread. They sit at the pool.
Yeah.
They sit at the pool, and they
Drink
sit
lots
around
of
the pool, and
cocktails,
they drink the cocktails. And Sean McVay picked up the tab for everybody.
So I can't confirm if this was pre or post boozing. All right?
Okay.
Zach Taylor. There's a quote from Zach Taylor, who's the head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals, on Sean Mannion. Sean Mannion is prepared for this moment. He's prepared his whole life. He prepared when he was a quarterback. I think he watched intently how his quarterback coaches coached him, how the coordinator did it, how Sean McVay did it. He's obviously been so well thought of people. I've taken him from team to team. You look at Shane Waldron in Seattle, Kevin O'Connell had in Minnesota. That shows you the respect. And for Matt LaFleur to hire him immediately, he coached them. Everyone knows what they're getting with Sean, and so I think Sean is built for this opportunity. There will be bumps in the road, of course, but I think he's as built for it as anybody.
It's awesome.
And Zach Taylor is a good offensive mind. It's just, the Joe Burrow always hurt factor plays a role there.
Yes.
So I like hearing that. That may have been maybe 1 or 2 margaritas in. It was in the afternoon, so it was day drinking time. I don't know, but that's good.
I did see Matt LaFleur. Okay, now this is a little thing. You may think differently. You're a guy. The coaches are day drinking.
Yes.
Okay. So they're drinking, and the coaches are having beers and having cocktails, and the cocktails are being served in these plastic cups, but they're definitely cocktails.
Okay.
There's cocktails in ones, and there's others. And then there's these plastic, sort of like frou-frou drinks. And there were a couple coaches that were drinking the frou-frou drinks, and there were a couple coaches. Most of the guys were drinking beers.
What do you categorize a frou-frou drink
like a
as?
frozen drink.
I've had them. They're delicious.
I understand. The coaches are sitting around drinking.
Yeah.
Okay. They're having beers,
they're football guys.
beers and drinking, everything. And, okay, tell me who was having the frozen drinks.
Well, I'm
there
guessing
were two coaches.
LaFleur, considering you've set that
up. It was LaFleur.
And
was
Dan
one.
Campbell.
No, Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell would have knocked it out of his hand.
Dan Campbell
said,
Dan Campbell's probably got Red Man.
Would have said,
dude.
You know what? Dan Campbell, it looked like he had a red stripe.
Oh, hooray beer.
Oh,
He
yeah.
might have had a red
Dude,
stripe.
I love Red Stripe. Hooray.
He might have had a
beer.
red stripe.
All right, then who was it?
Can you guess one other coach?
McVay.
No.
I don't know.
McVay his father would have beaten him for that. It was LaFleur's brother.
All right.
Oh.
They like their frou-frou drinks.
Well, you know what probably happened? Yo, bro, can you go to the bar for me? I'll just get whatever you're
Yeah,
getting.
grab me 2.
That
Who
might
cares?
have been,
There's alcohol in it. It's fine.
Damn right.
There you
If there's
go.
not, also fine. Have a fun time.
All right.
nice.
Earlier today,
Pinky's out.
Adam Schefter joined us, and obviously we talked a lot about the article that dropped this morning from Tim McManus, and there was a lot to discuss. Schefty, not making too much of it, but here was the best 5 minutes of our conversation with Adam Schefter. Schefty, it just never seems to end. There's never a dull moment in Philadelphia sports. Good morning.
What's going on, guys? This is great for you guys.
Yes.
To me, I don't know. Like, I look at them like, okay, yeah. These guys worked hard. They came up with some interesting things. I don't think there's anything in there like I go, whoa, my God, holy cow.
Well, the last play of the playoff game versus the San Francisco 49ers, the fact that was Jalen Hurts' play call was shocking to us all and that AJ and Jalen went rogue at the end of the Green Bay game, that was also not particularly confirmed to us. And that's interesting, too, because they had went rogue in the Seattle game 2 years earlier. There's just some interesting things in there that a coach's son that doesn't appear to be always coachable. That's a little strange.
He's doing what he feels is best. Like, okay, so he's unpredictable as a play caller. Okay, again, I don't know the answer to this. How many other quarterbacks are unpredictable? Do some of them go right by the book? Do some of them go by exactly what's called? I mean, the article talked about how Hurts is as open as he's ever been to change, so that's good. Okay, changes play calls. Again, he went rogue. Okay, things happen. I don't know how these things transpire with every team. So when a season goes wrong, you're looking for things to blame. You're looking for things that went wrong. So this is what they uncovered here, what they believe are issues. Again, maybe I'm wrong. I would imagine these kinds of things go on in a lot of different places all the time. So I don't get overly excited about it.
Not the final year of his deal, but the final year where there's a lot of guaranteed money. That's when talks start. We had a reporter locally early on this week saying, no, they haven't even begun those conversations. They're not close to having those conversations. Do you believe this article is sort of a sign that the Eagles are sort of quietly having a prove-it year for Jalen Hurts?
I don't connect the article to where it's at. I mean, I think they're two separate things. Where Jalen Hurts is at, the article, I guess, is like part of it. This is where he's at. And there's a certain way that the organization feels about him. And I am unaware of any discussions that have occurred, whether or not they're close to an extension. I haven't heard that. They might be. I don't know that they are. I haven't heard that they are. My read on it, I don't mean the article, I mean just in general, would be that, yeah, this would be kind of a prove-it year for Jalen Hurts. I think there are a lot of prove-it years for a lot of players in the NFL. 3 full seasons is a lot of time to have left to redo a contract. So I don't think there's anything that's overly abnormal there. That's completely normal.
How much of this maybe could be people that are sour grapes, like maybe a former offensive coordinator, even though some of these mentions are in-house? So is there a attempt to try to wake Jalen up a little bit with some of the quotes that are coming out of this story as well? What do you make of the story itself?
I was on another radio show this morning, Unsportsmanlike, the ESPN radio show, and one of the hosts asked me, his contention was that the Eagles, this was the last-ditch effort to get Jalen Hurts' attention, and that's why the story came out. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but that's not what happened here. I believe what happened here is that Tim McManus covers the team. When you're covering a team, you hear a lot of things. You hear certain complaints. You hear certain theories. Your job as a beat writer is to be around the team at all times, to have your ears open on everything, to absorb as much information as you possibly can. So my guess, my theory, and I haven't spoken to anybody about the piece, anybody. My guess is that Tim McManus heard some things, Jeremy Fowler heard some things. I don't know who initiated it because I know nothing about it, the backstory behind it. And all of a sudden, hey, I've heard this. Let's start pulling it together and make a couple of calls. So do I think that this is Kevin Petullo's way of clearing his name? I do not. Do I think that the team had an agenda to get this out there? Absolutely not. The team, 100 times out of 100, would rather that this story never runs. Do I think that it is just simply 2 reporters doing their job? Yes, that's what it is. And this is where it led them today.
What do you make in the story when it's talked about how Jalen Hurts does not like doing certain things like plays under center, pre-snap motion, but that's exactly what Sean Mannion's going to want to do because he's from the Shanahan-McVay tree. Is this something where Jalen Hurts might have to figure out being uncomfortable, or will they still try to balance what Jalen prefers to do over the things that Mannion would like to do?
I think they find a balance for what works. Like, to me, the best coaches, they have an idea of what works, but I can think of so many times where coaches have been successful. You're talking about the Shanahan tree. Robert Griffin III comes in there, and what they did was they went back and they took a lot of the plays that he was most comfortable with in college. If Sean Mannion says, this is what I run, Jalen, you're going to run what I run, then that's not going to be a very successful marriage. And I just don't believe that that's what's going to happen. I believe, and I don't even know Sean Mannion, he sounds like he's an incredibly intelligent guy with a great future, that he and Jalen Hurts will figure out a way to marry up what works for both of them. to come up with an effective system, whatever that is. And I don't know what it is. But there's no way that Sean Mannion just walking in there and saying, this is how I do things. Get used to it, kid. That's not happening.
All right, Schefter, drum roll. Is A.J. Brown getting traded?
What's your latest?
Where's your
percentage?
What's your latest?
Again, I think that my favorite scenario would be traded to New England post June 1, but I don't think that that's a given. I don't think it's a lock, and I don't know what's going to happen between now and then. I don't know whether New England's going to draft a wide receiver early on and punt on the A.J. Brown idea. I don't know whether the Philadelphia Eagles won't get a receiver in the draft or in free agency or whatever, and they'll feel like we need to have A.J. Brown. I don't know whether Steph Diggs will all of a sudden wind up back in New England, which would foil that. And the point is, it's April 1st, so we're basically 2 full months away. As we all know, a lot can and often does happen in 2 months. A little bit more likely, but hardly a given. I think New England is going away, the one team that would be the most interested and the most likely to trade for him. But again, we're 2 months away with a full draft ahead, and there's still a lot that can happen.
We'll have a safe trip back, and we'll talk to you next week. All right, there's our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. You can find the whole thing on 975thefanatic.com, or you can check it out on the YouTube feed. We appreciate you guys as always. All right, coming up next, Radio One-on-One. I think there's an important thing to tell some of our listeners. Radio One-on-One.
Okay.
Believe it or not, we can preview another night. Phillies back in action this afternoon. Sixers need a bounce back tonight.
Big time.
All right, we'll get to that. And I guess we'll go on from there. It's Kincade Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, let's talk about that FanDuel Sportsbook app. You could use it on the Fightins this afternoon, and then you could use your winnings on the Sixers tonight. Or, if you want, you can go with the parlay. It's the DC parlay. You got Nationals Wizards. Phillies against the Nats, 1 o'clock first pitch. Sixers against the Wizards. Both teams in Philadelphia should win that. Right now, new FanDuel customers can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days. Here's how it works. Place any bet with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge using your bet reset token. And if it doesn't win, you'll get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 straight days. So just visit FanDuel.com/local to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, play your game. Again, what I'm telling you to do today, because I feel good about both the Phillies with Christopher Sanchez on the mound and the Sixers. Only problem is the Sixers' money line is minus 1,400. So you might have to find an alternate spread if you don't trust them covering by 16 points against the Washington Wizards. And then you got the Phillies action again. Christopher Sanchez on the mound. So the Phillies are minus 260 on the money line against the Nationals. All right, just got to be 21 plus, present Pennsylvania. Bonus bets are not withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
No hot takes, no 106.75 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Oh, do my eyes deceive me? A Kevin Patullo defender. I just saw on social media from Brett.
Say what?
Brett on Twitter chimes in response to some of the quotes that I posted from the Tim McManus the video that he dropped. But no, let's blame Kevin Patullo. There's Patullo defenders out there.
Wow.
You may
great.
not know it.
Really?
Walking.
They live among us.
They live among us.
Can I?
You could be walking down the street and right beside
Your
you.
neighbor
Could be a Patullo defender.
Could I say that that's hard to believe? But again, much like with Brian Johnson. What's Brian Johnson's now? How many years has it been since? So it's 3 years?
Yeah, he's not found a job near the same title.
Kevin Patullo? Yeah. Just saying.
Yeah.
The league knows.
Yeah, the league will know.
The league
had known. That's why he was.
The league will tell you.
That's why he had not had an opportunity for 18 years.
2 creams, 1 sugar down in Washington. The league told you what he was.
All right. Real quick, Radio 101. And I'm saying this not like sarcastic. So our man Noel, who I mentioned earlier on the YouTube
Is it
channel,
Noel or Noel?
Noel.
Is it a Noel?
No. Was wondering, or was like, Andrew, you keep on saying sorry that you keep talking about, but like you keep talking about it. You can change the subject at any point. We can't. Like, this is the big story of the day. And Noel then said, yeah, but you've been talking about it for 3 and, whenever he sent the comment, 3.5 hours. I love you, Noel. And I love everybody that tunes in at 6 a.m. and continues in the middays with Marks or stops at 10, whatever you should continue in the middays with Marks.
You're not normal, though.
But whatever your listening preference is, we love you.
Love it.
That you are with us from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. What you have to understand is you are a rare breed.
The average listener's not doing that.
So there might be somebody that's tuning in at 8:07. They got in the car.
Till when?
To 8:15.
Yes.
But
or
for
8:30.
For those X amount of minutes on their ride to work.
Very good, Connor.
Their ride to work, they're going to want to hear about the big story of the day.
Correct. They're not looking to hear us break down the whatever.
I would love to have been a Painter Day, but when this story drops, it changes.
And we led
everything.
with that today. We thought that was going to be the Painter and the Martone and the whole thing, and so
until things change. So listen, no, and everybody.
We understand. We understand the frustration because we get frustrated with it too sometimes. Yeah. We had a nice show planned today.
Yeah, we did.
That show sheet gets right to the
had it, all that work, all that hard work, those blood, sweat, and tears. Speaking of sweat, and not blood but blisters, I manually aerated my lawn yesterday.
That sounds awful.
It was not fun.
And you didn't do it with an aerator.
No. Like I used
you did it with a pitchfork,
garden fork.
You did it with a garden fork, like you were in, like it's like the 30s.
Hour and a half I was out there yesterday.
You must be. Are your shoulders killing you?
Yeah, but I also caught on Sunday, so everything hurts to begin with.
Why wouldn't you have just gotten the roller does it like a lawnmower, and you just go up and down your lawn, and it pops the lawn.
Because I had it. Hour and a half. Coop was following me around.
By the way, it took you an hour and a half?
Yeah.
You could have rented it for $17.99 for an hour.
Who's got that kind of cash?
I mean, you just roll it like a lawnmower.
Some people, John, are unwilling to change.
Yes.
That's why Jalen Hurts being willing.
Me and Jalen see eye to
not
eye.
be necessarily taken for granted.
Connor, some of us are a little lazier, and I just want to roll something.
Yes.
Look, I wish I was lazier, but sommes I'm
You're out
not.
there with a pitchfork. They're looking at you like, man.
Oh, no, my neighbor was laughing at me, and I was
bet.
look, I'm getting the job done. That's all that.
It's just wild.
Fran goes, Chunas, hire someone to do that, Mr. Moneybags. That's the problem. You already lied.
Yeah.
That nickname does not exist.
It doesn't apply.
All right? Mr. Moneybags and Chunas does not go hand in hand. All right?
His money's all tied up in Joel Embiid futures.
Yeah, damn right.
All those futures bets. One of these years, though, Connor.
One of these years it'll hit. Speaking of, Sixers win today. All right? There's no way they lose to the Wizards. Now, do they cover a 16-point spread? I'm not going that far, but they should. I mean,
I would.
The Wizards stink.
I would.
Sixers win tonight. Phillies win today.
Lay one on the Nationals today. Lay one
like
on.
beat them up. I thought
Yeah.
you meant lay a bet on the
No,
Nationals.
lay one on. Do the Washington lay one on. Lay the points of the Sixers, and slide that bar over on my BetParks app to maybe put the over, whatever the over's at. The Phillies come alive.
Weather's going to
today.
be nice.
Bats come alive today.
Cade Cavalli on the mound for the Nats.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
you got
going to
some
be
familiarity with him.
You can beat him up.
It's going to be a 500 homestand, and
everything's going to be fine.
Everything will be fine.
Yeah, and that's why we weren't freaking out.
And even if it's 2-4, I'm going to predict that everything will still be fine.
You know, it's interesting. The reactions on social media a lot more quiet after the win.
Bro, I did a
Well, that's
reaction
what it
video
is.
for the Locked On Phillies for the 13-2 loss. It got 11,000 views. The Painter one is at 514 views.
See?
It's insane, but that's how.
And to me, that's the bigger story.
And it's a much bigger story. And
It is.
It does explain to me, though, the negativity of social media.
Yeah.
And yesterday we did the first session with the kids in class about it. And my students are overwhelmingly like, oh, yeah, social media is terrible. Like, they're like, and these are 21, 22-year-olds, 20-year-olds. They're like, social media is awful. And
Yeah.
they grew up immersed in it, and they're like, it's terrible.
That's also sports fandom, though. I feel like you remember the losses more than you remember the wins. Unless they're championships, the losses hurt and they stick with you longer. Which is why when people ask, why do you do these topics?
See, I don't, though.
No, I'll forever.
I don't. 2017, the 28. Look, February 4th, 2018 is going to. It's honestly, it's like my wedding day.
Yeah.
Liv's birth. February 4th, 2018.
Dude, 2008, when I see Brad Lidge strike out.
Oh, my gosh.
Like,
you kidding me?
Eric Kinsky, like, I
Like that
will
day, like I'm going to tell you.
Yeah, I'd rather remember those days.
Yeah, I don't. The losses don't stick with me worse.
Well, for
Imagine
every
lying
one
on
of
your
those.
deathbed and thinking of the bad times.
But you know, here, Connor, you may be correct here.
For every one of those, there's 10 bad ones.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right,
but they
coming
don't
up
stick with me
next.
as
Let's make some
much.
good ones tonight.
Middays
Yes.
with Marks. Don't forget, Jeremy Fowler, co-author of the article that dropped with Tim McManus. He will be joining the show at 11 o'clock. And you know what? They're going to be joining Jason Martinez because Jason Martinez in-house today as
He
well.
looks older than he did the other day.
Things worked for the Flyers yesterday except for their own game. Hopefully that changes later this week. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Middays with Marks next here on The Fanatic.
Now,